What's that?
I don't know, somebody
Wiggle?
had a little bird here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City of Hialeah Planning and Zoning Board meeting for Wednesday, March 15th, 2023. I believe we're going to have final decisions and planning and zoning. We're going to have a couple of no, yeah, but it's
We'll
no
have a-
land use, no land use, no
We'll
land
have
use.
a long meeting, yes.
Okay, all right, okay. That being said, everyone please rise for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. We ask that you please guide us and watch over us as we make the following decisions in favor of the city and of the constituents. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome our distinguished guest here, Mr. Fire Marshal himself. Thank you. Thank you. You're, even though you're visiting, but you know you're always welcome. Thank you. Appreciate it. All righty.
Meeting guidelines. The following guidelines apply to today's Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Any person, whether participating via web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may hear the meeting via live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer are not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via the web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video function of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard. All lobbyists must register with the Planning and Zoning Board prior to item being heard. A maximum of 4 speakers in favor and 4 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the Planning and Zoning Board on any item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item number 1, roll call. Mr. G. Perez.
Here.
Mr. Ramon.
Here.
Mr. Iglesias.
Here.
Mr. Jimenez is absent. Mr. Ulloa.
Here.
Mr. Casanova.
Here.
Mrs. Enriquez.
Here.
We have a quorum. Item number 2, approval of Planning and Zoning Board summary agenda of February 22nd, 2023 as submitted.
We need a motion and a second.
Motion to approve. Second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Casanova, second by Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Ramon,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova.
Yes.
Item has been approved. Administration of oath to all applicants and anyone who will be speaking before the board on any item.
Do we have anyone on Zoom? 2 people on Zoom? Okay, can you open them up so that they can hear? All right, everyone and anyone that is going to speak in front of the board, please stand, raise your right hand. Cualquiera persona que va a prestar testimonio frente de nosotros, por favor, pónganse de pie para prestar juramento. Si no prestan juramento, no se le permite hablar. Okay?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth before this board?
Okay. Juran o asegura que van a prestar, que van a decir la verdad frente a la Junta. Okay, thank you. Let the record show that the answer was in the affirmative. I do see one in Zoom, and she give me a thumbs up. There you go. Thank you. All right.
A written decision and resolution will be prepared and presented for review to the city council. The city council is authorized to affirm with conditions, or override the decisions by resolution. After the resolution is adopted, contact the member of the city clerk's office to obtain a copy of the final decision and resolution. Upon you receive the final decision and resolution, contact the building department to obtain your required building permit. Summary minutes or a copy of the audio file of the proceedings before the Planning and Zoning Board shall be prepared and submitted to the city council before its hearing. The Planning and Zoning Board recommendations for the following public hearing requests will be heard by the city council at a scheduled meeting of Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. Item number 3, final decision to allow a rear setback of 13.6 feet where 20 feet are required for a proposed aluminum terrace. Allow interior south side setback of 4.1 feet where 7.5 feet are required, and distance separation of 8.1 feet where 10 feet are required for an existing metal shed to be legalized. Property is located at 7821 West 15th Avenue. Hialeah Zones R1, one family district. Applicant, Jesus Tundidor.
Jesus Tunidor.
Oh, sorry, I need to be excused on this item.
Yes, please. You do need to recuse yourself since it is a conflict of interest. Okay, do we have the Mr. Congress? Not Congress, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Chairman, I'm
Mr.
sorry, it should be noted by the clerk the time Mr. Casanova stepped out and recused himself and that he is off the dais and out of the room.
So Mr. Casanova stepped out at 6:13 PM.
Do we have Mr. Tunidor on?
No, I don't think we're
We're not gonna, okay, we're not gonna be. Okay,
But this is a simple and.
go ahead. Go ahead and read it into the record, please.
The property in this application is located on the southeast intersection of West 78th Terrace and West 15th Avenue within the Palm Springs Lake First Addition subdivision. The property is improved with a 2,530 square feet home built in 1963 with an attached 624 square feet addition built in 1974. The applicant is before the city requesting an adjustment of the rear setback to 13.6 feet where 20 feet are required for a proposed aluminum terrace. Allow an interior south side setback of 4.1 feet where 7.5 feet are required and distance separation of 8.1 feet where 10 feet are required for an existing metal shed to be legalized. The proposed 458 square feet aluminum terrace will still provide separation from the adjacent home to the east, and the 120 square feet shed to be legalized. Setbacks and distance separation should be allowed since it minimally exceeds the maximum shed area of 100 square feet, where 3 feet would be the required side setback. Recommendation approval.
Thank you. Since Mr. Tunidor is not available, are there any comments or questions from the board? Any comments or questions from the audience? Anyone in the electronic audience would like to make a comment on this item? None heard? Close the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gamon, second by Mr. Ulloa and Mrs. Enriquez. Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova cannot vote. Mr. D. Perez.
Yes,
Mrs. Enriquez. Yes. Mr. Gamon,
Yes.
item has been approved.
thank you. Mr. Casanova, you can come back in. Let the record show that Mr. Casanova is back in duty. Back on the roster. Thank you.
Item number 4, final decision to allow 4.45 feet west side setback and 6 feet rear setback where 7.5 feet are required for the legalization of a 144 square feet accessory building. Property is located at 228 West 18th Street. Hialeah Zones R1, one family district. Applicant, Fidencia D. Carpio.
Carpio? Did she swear in? I didn't see her.
I didn't see that either.
¿Usted prestó juramento? Ahí, por favor. ¿Usted jura que ¿Jura o afirma que lo que va a decir frente a esta junta es la verdad y solo la verdad?
La verdad y sobre la verdad.
Thank you. Nombre y dirección, por favor.
Fidencia Carpio, 228B, 18.
Ok. Obviamente va a tener que ser en español.
Sí.
Ok. Lo vamos a leer en inglés. Vamos a discutirlo en inglés, pero la planeadora se lo va a traducir lo más posible. Va a mantenerla al día, ¿ok? Bien.
The property in this application is located on the south side of West 18th Street, 3 lots west of West Second Avenue. The lot is improved with a 1,275 square feet residence built in 1956 with 2 attached additions, one of which is 176 square feet permitted and built in 1981, and the other one at 189 square feet built in 2004. The applicant is proposing to reconfigure the aluminum roofs in order to provide the required 5 feet 1 inch side setbacks and legalize them, and is requesting an adjustment of the west side and rear setbacks for the legalization of an existing 144 square feet shed. The property is not in compliance with the 30% pervious area requirement of 1,620 square feet, since it is providing only 1,475 square feet of pervious area. The reduced setback adjustment for the legalization of the shed may be approved with the condition that the required 30% pervious area is provided. The recommendation is approval with conditions. Now I will read it in Spanish. La propiedad en esta aplicación está localizada en el lado sur de la calle 18 del oeste, 3 lotes al oeste de la avenida de la West Second Avenue. El lote está mejorado con una residencia de 1,275 pies cuadrados, construida en 1956, con 2 adiciones adjuntas, una que tiene 176 pies cuadrados, permitida y construida en 1981, y otra de 189 pies cuadrados, construida en 2004. El aplicante está proponiendo reconfigurar los techos de aluminio para proveer los 5 pies 1 pulgada que son requeridos como retiros laterales y para poder legalizar los techos. Y está solicitando un ajuste de los retiros en el lado oeste y posterior para la legalización de un shed de 154 pies cuadrados. La propiedad no cumple con el requerimiento del 30% de área permeable, que son 1,600 pies cuadrados, porque está proveyendo solamente 1,475 pies cuadrados de área permeable. La reducción de los retiros para la legalización del shed puede ser aprobada con la condición que el 30% de área permeable requerida sea provista. Recomendación, aprobar con estas condiciones.
Thank you. ¿Entendió la recomendación de la planeadora? ¿Tiene algún comentario, alguna pregunta? Okay. She understands the recommendation. She does not have any comments or questions. How much does she need to provide? How much more? What's the difference from between the 30% and what she has now?
It's like 100 square feet, something like that. She will have to figure out what areas of payment needs to be.
So about
removed,
100,
so she
so
can provide.
a 10 by 10.
Yeah, well, they will have to
Roughly.
figure out where they want
Okay.
to take it.
La diferencia. Okay. El código le requiere 30% de áreas permeables. Áreas verdes. Hierba, grama, como le llama usted. Una piscina. Okay. Usted está en deficiencia de 100 pies cuadrados. Es la diferencia de lo que se requiere a lo que tiene. 100 pies cuadrados viene siendo, se pueden obtener cortando, por ejemplo, el driveway 10 por 10. Si usted puede hacer eso, ya llega al requerido de 30%.
Bueno, lo que va a tener que remover no es el driveway porque es un terreno muy angosto, sino los laterales donde tiene pavers y a lo mejor un poquito más que le hace la persona que le hace los planos tendrá que hacer los cálculos y cuando vuelve a someter los planos para la legalización de los techos y del shed tiene que mostrar el concreto o pavers que vaya a remover.
Yo le dije driveway porque típicamente es lo más común que la gente se le pasa de cuenta, que hacen el driveway muy largo, muy ancho. Pero
Parte
como,
de la parte también tiene bastante cemento que pudiera quitarse.
okay,
Sí.
okay. Basically, the explanation was to reiterate that the deficit of 100 square feet of pervious area, what she needed to do, cut back on. I mentioned driveway, but I was corrected. It's not necessarily the driveway, it's paved pavers on the side of the house, whatnot. But regardless, the deficit of 100 square feet need to be met. She does understand, she agrees with the requirements. Any comments or questions from the board?
Not at all.
Anyone in the audience have a comment or question? Anyone in the electronic audience have a comment or question on this item? Okay, recuérdese. Está recomendado para aprobarle su petición con la condición de que necesita remover 100 pies cuadrados. Yo le expliqué el driveway, pero no es necesario, puede ser, ¿cómo le explico a ella? Del lado de la casa, al concreto, ¿ok? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Second that motion?
Motion by
Motion by Mr. Iglesias, second by Mr. Casanova. Mr. Gamon,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Casanova,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
item has been approved with conditions.
¿Cómo le explico a ella? Póngase en contacto con su arquitecto, con su contratista, con su diseñador, con la persona que está
Haciendo el trabajo.
así, exacto, y decidan qué área atacar para recuperar ese. ¿Ok? Bien.
Muchas gracias.
Buenas noches.
Item number 5. Final decision to allow rear setback of 20.2 feet where 25 feet are required for a proposed aluminum pergola. Property is located at 51 East 60th Street, Hialeah zone to R1, one family district. Applicant Dunieski Dieguez and Alejandro Cruz Solis.
Name and address, please.
Manuel Rivera,
Address.
51 East 60th Street,
Are you the applicant?
contractor.
Contract, okay.
Do you have the authorization from the property owner to
No,
represent?
he was coming here with me today. I wasn't able to make it. He had a family emergency, so Giselle's recommended we tabled it for the 29th of this month.
We can table it or we can go ahead because it's a very simple recommendation. But we won't take your testimony because you don't have any authorization to represent him. So if you agree, I can. read it.
You know how I feel about a representative not having authorization, but if we feel comfortable with going through and not hearing his part of the testimony.
The only problem is that there is a condition again on the previous area. So if the owner is not here to agree, maybe it will be better to.
Can I have the homeowner go into the city to approve whatever decision is made?
Well, but not today. We can, the meeting is today. So
Yeah.
if he's not ready today and he's not in Zoom, can he participate in Zoom?
No.
No.
See, that's the thing, because let's just play devil's advocate here. Let's say that she claims that the condition is minor. Okay, you may agree with it, we may all agree with it, but what if the owner says, oh no, I can't do that. You know, I can do this, but I can't do that. Of course. So that puts you in a position, puts us in a position that we don't want to be in. So
Let's table the item.
in your case, your request of tabling makes a great sense to me. Okay? Does everybody agree?
Yes.
Let's make a motion, please.
Motion to table.
Second the motion.
Motion by Mr. Casanova, second by Mr. Ramon and Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova.
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Ramon,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
item has been tabled.
Please advise the homeowner or the property owner, your boss, that he or she does need to be here so that they can agree to the conditions that will be imposed. Although it might be very slight, very minimal, but still, at the end of the day, they are the owners. They are responsible.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Deborah, the item should be tabled to a date certain for advertisement purposes,
Well,
so
we
everybody
need to
here is
table
aware.
For the next meeting, that will be on
No, March 29th.
March 29.
Is that good for you? Make sure they attend.
Yeah. or-
If not presently, by Zoom. There you go. There you, that works for us. Thank you. Good night.
The Planning and Zoning Board recommendations for the following public hearing requests will be heard by the City Council at a scheduled meeting of Tuesday, March 28th, 2023. Item number 6, special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay. Variance permit to allow 40 residential units when an area ranging from 620 to 693 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum required, and only 10% of the units may have an area less than 850 square feet. And variance to waive the building mass and building frontage development standards. Properties located at 3875 West 16th Avenue, Hialeah zoned M1 Industrial District. Applicant Javier L. Vasquez Esquire.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Javi Vasquez. My law offices are 1450 Brickell Avenue. I'm here tonight on behalf of Westland Commerce Park LLC. Mr. Raul Boluf is here with me, and I'll continue my presentation after Deborah.
Thank you, sir.
We are posting the presentation, so when I read the
Sure.
recommendation, you know what we are talking about. So the property in this application is a 2.49 acre property located on the east side of West 16th Avenue between West 38th Place and West 39th Place. The easternmost 80 feet of the property are designated as an FPL easement. The property has industrial land use and M1 zoning and is improved with a combined industrial commercial development built in the 1980s, including 2 buildings. The westernmost building has storefront facades facing West 16th Avenue and overhead doors at the rear. The second building, detached from the first one, includes warehouses. The site is 1 block north of the designated Area 4 of the Neighborhood Business District. The applicant is before the city with a proposal to redevelop the site with a new contemporary style 6-story mixed-use building, including 174 residential units, from which 40 are 1-bedroom units until under 850 square feet, 27 1-bedroom units with 850 square feet, and 100 2-bedroom units, and 7 3-bedroom townhomes. 18,845 square feet of commercial space and a parking garage, including 537 parking spaces lined by commercial uses on the first floor and apartments above. 37 additional parking spaces are provided on a parking lot located on the FPL easement, and 28 parallel parking spaces are proposed along the north and south sides of the block. Given that the proposed development requires 486 parking spaces, the proposal includes 116 surplus parking spaces. Amenities include a swimming pool and fitness center on the first floor within a courtyard surrounded on 3 sides by the 6-story building and adjacent to a line of 2-story townhouses located towards the west of the site. To be able to develop the site as proposed, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow the expansion of the MBD regulations to the site. Allow 40 residential units with an area ranging from 620 to 693 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum required, and only 10%, 17 units, may have an area of less than 850 square feet. A variance is also requested to waive building and frontage development standards. The project meets the intent of the MBD by bringing renewal, incorporating mixed use, and adding to the city's housing inventory. Accordingly, the SUP to allow the expansion of the MBD shall be approved. The related variances are minimal for this size of the project and shall also be approved. The proposed development brings renewal to one of the most important north-south city corridors, following a trend already started with the Pura Vida development at West 16th Avenue and Okeechobee Road, and will hopefully inspire others to continue the trend. The recommendation is approval.
Thank you, Mr. Storch. Javi?
Thank you, Mr. Perez. And once again, board members, Javi Vasquez, my offices are at 1450 Brickell Avenue here on behalf of the applicant. The property, I think you guys know the area well. It's 2.5 acres located at 3875 West 16th Avenue, which is on the east side of 16th Avenue between 38th and 39th Place. It's currently built out as an industrial development, primarily with automobile uses, automotive uses, and it was built in the 80s. This is one block north, as Deborah mentioned, of the NBD designated Area 4. So the request before you tonight is for a special use permit to allow for the expansion of the neighborhood business district to allow for this development, which is, as you can tell, quite beautiful. As Deborah mentioned, there are two variances that accompany the application, but fortunately, I hope you guys were listening. One of them is not parking. I know how this board feels about parking, and there's an abundance of parking. There's a surplus of parking, fortunately, with this application. But the two variances that accompany our application are minor, as Deborah mentioned. The minimum unit size is 850 square feet. You're allowed 10% of the project to have smaller than 850 units. We think the market needs more smaller units. So we are asking for 40 out of the 174 units to be between 620 and 693 square feet. The minimum amount permitted would be 17 units, as Deborah mentioned. And the second variance is to waive the building mass and building frontage development standards. I might lean on Deborah to further explain that when our architect got caught in traffic. So I may ask Deborah to further explain that.
Well, there
that
is a
portion.
requirement for a certain articulation in the MBD where you have to step up the building. But that was done in the 2006 when we first adopted the MBD, and the style in the architecture changed, and now the massing is in this project is achieved in another way with the different colors and different textures. So they're waiving it, and it's okay. And also that massing requirement is for taller buildings, not for a 6-story.
That's what I was going to mention. And that's conversation for another day. But I've always mentioned to Deborah that massing requirement should be actually changed in the code. It's something that makes more sense for taller buildings, which we don't see as much in Hialeah. So unfortunately, when you have a neighborhood business district application, usually this is a variance that comes with them because of the massing requirement that most developers just are unable to comply with. Staff is recommending approval of this application. And lastly, I'll just reiterate what Deborah said at the end. This proposed development brings renewal to one of the city's most important north-south corridors, which is West 16th Avenue, following the trend already pioneered and started by the Pura Development project, which I'm proud to say I was the attorney on that, and it's turned out to be quite beautiful. So with that, we will respectfully request your approval tonight. We will be back before the city council on the 28th, hopefully with a recommendation of approval, not just from Deborah, but from this planning board. So with that, we'll close, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
A surplus of parking?
You like that, didn't you?
And this is not the first one, because another one that came to us in the other meeting, there's a trend on that, because some developers are realizing that renting the parking spaces might be a good business too.
I was watching the Three Amigos this weekend. Would you say you have a plethora of?
A plethora of parking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vaz. Any comments or questions from the board?
Not at all.
Anyone in the audience have a comment or question? Anyone in the electronic audience?
They are.
There,
We have someone back there? Okay, come on up. I can't talk to you back there. Is there anyone in the electronic audience? No electronic audience comments? Okay. Name and address, please.
Spanish, please.
Okay, nombre y dirección.
Carlos Luis Díaz, 17601 Northwest 82 Court, Hialeah 33015.
Okay. Su comentario, su pregunta.
Sí, estábamos refiriendo al caso que acaba de ponerle el señor. Estamos aquí en representación de varios negocios que están en el área, en el mismo building.
Si nos permite, por favor.
he's-
Diga su Diga por ejemplo, una oración pequeña para que ella lo pueda traducir. Entonces después inglés, español. Correcto. Porque va a ser muy difícil traducirlo todo el discurso.
Ok.
Ok.
Le decía que estamos en representación de 20 negocios que hay enclavados en el área donde se pretende la construcción de esto que acaban de plantear. Por ende, somos más de 150 trabajadores entre empleados y dueños de pequeños negocios que estamos en el área, muchos de ellos con más de 20 años establecidos en ese lugar.
Ok.
He's representing 100 people that are employed owners or employees of the businesses that are currently on the building that is planned to be demolished and replaced with this proposed development.
Ok, el tiempo límite son 3 minutos, pero como que estamos perdiendo tiempo en la traducción, yo lo voy a permitir que se pase. Siga.
Nosotros en sí no estamos en contra de que los negocios prosperen y construyan lo que quieran construir. El área donde estamos enclavados nosotros, desde la 16 Avenida hacia el oeste hasta el Palmetto, desde la 41 calle West hacia Okeechobee, es totalmente industrial. Pensamos nosotros que la aprobación de un proyecto de este tipo sentaría pauta para que los demás negocios alrededor tomen la misma iniciativa y con eso desaparecía la desaparición de los pequeños negocios.
He's saying that this area is predominantly industrial, and if some property owners of industrial properties follow this trend, many of these businesses that are currently there will disappear.
Y por último, la mayoría de los negocios que están enclavados en ese lugar se dedican a lo que es reparaciones de vehículos. Tratar de mudarle los negocios de nosotros hacia otros lugares resultaría casi imposible, puesto que ya en casi ningún lugar en el área de Hialeah te permiten poner negocios de auto. Cuando tú llamas para una renta de un lugar o vas a comprar un lugar para instalar un negocio de este tipo, problemas de DER y otras cosas, pollution, etcétera, no te permiten poner negocios. Entonces, nos veríamos afectados grandemente nosotros de que se apruebe un proyecto de este tipo.
He says that most of the businesses in those warehouses are automotive uses, and it's very difficult to find another place in the city because many times because of their issues, the automotive uses are not permitted on other warehouses. And then I will expand on the reason of that. I will explain you why this is happening. Okay.
Muchas gracias.
Omer, terminó perfecto. Gracias. Anyone else? Okay, you want to expand on
Yeah,
that?
what I want to explain is the following. We have a big problem in the city with the automotive uses because they are mostly in old warehouses, and you would expect that is one business owner running one business. But what happens is that they rent a small space and they sublease the space to other mechanics or people doing the same business. And then at the end, on a place where you can service 2 cars, because everything should be serviced inside the warehouse, they are servicing most of the cars in the right of way. And that brings a lot of problems to the city. So I understand their situation, but I also understand that during many years there has been abuse on this type of uses. Well, and also the owner of the property has the right to renew his site and do whatever is best for him.
And
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, if I could respond.
Yeah, one second. Do we have, is this young lady, does she want to?
Don't think so.
Okay. Just give her a second, have it. You get your time to rebuttal. Okay, nombre y dirección, please. Name and
Buenas
address.
tardes a todos. Mi nombre es María Victoria Soriano.
Okay.
No hablo inglés.
Okay, la dirección.
3887 West 16 Avenida,
Okay.
Hialeah, Florida.
Le voy a decir a usted lo mismo que le dije al señor. Diga una oración pequeña para que él la traduzca y entonces seguimos de aquí a allá y de allá a acá. Okay.
Además de lo expuesto por el señor en cuestión, yo quiero exponer también que no solo los empleados, no solo los dueños, es todas las familias que dependen ya de esos negocios.
What's her name? ¿Cómo era su nombre?
María Victoria Soriano.
What Mrs. Soriano is saying that is not only the workers on these warehouses that will be affected, but also the families that depend on them.
En el caso particular hay otros que se encuentran casi en el mismo.
Ya.
Yo llevo 19 años con una cafetería en esa esquina. Creo que son 19 años sin problemas con los dueños.
In her case, she has a cafeteria that has been operating for 19 years.
Tengo 69 años.
She has 69, she is
Estoy
69
en la
years old.
recta final de mi vida útil.
She is in her
Final
ending
stretch.
the ending years of her career.
Si se pierdo este negocio ahora, perdí todo. Me quedo.
She says if she loses this business now, she loses everything.
Y hay otras personas también con situaciones similares.
And there are other people with similar situations.
Entonces entendemos que esos proyectos puedan esperar un poco.
Okay, yo le quiero hacer una pregunta a usted. Su cafetería,
¿Ok?
¿usted renta ese local o usted?
No,
dueño?
no, yo rento el local, yo pago 3,143 pesos de renta.
Okay. Entonces usted es una inquilina de el landlord, del.
Obvio.
Okay.
She's explaining that she's a tenant from the owner of the property.
Right. Well, I just wanted to bring that to the
Okay.
record that she is a tenant
Yes,
of the owner of the property.
exactly.
And there's a reason for the madness. So, okay, thank you.
No, yo lo que quiero es que sea considerado la situación real que tenemos todos los dueños de esos negocios, que no es fácil,
Okay.
porque no hay otros locales en estos momentos para rentar en el área.
She says that there are no other spaces to rent in the area.
Through the chair. Isn't there gonna be retail space in the bottom of the shopping center?
Yes.
Because maybe she'd be able to have
Yeah,
access to
I see-
something like
I see.
that.
Well,
Or
lo
maybe
que le
some
está
negotiation.
diciendo, ves, le está preguntando si va a haber espacio para negocios en el primer piso y el abogado está confirmando que sí que va a haber espacio para negocios.
Y
Sí.
en este caso, bueno, tendríamos la posibilidad, los mismos inquilinos que tenemos, en este caso, yo que tengo una cafetería, no sé, Lauren tiene un mercado, que es negocio.
I think that, perdón, pienso que deberíamos interrumpirlo y después que se escuche el caso, usted puede salir afuera con el dueño
Ya.
y con su abogado
No,
y
porque es que son,
discutirlo.
además,
Sí.
ahí hay negocios que dan servicio a la población de alimentación.
Ok.
Muy bien, usted después puede conversar con él y discutir esos temas que son más bien temas privados entre ustedes. Así que terminemos el caso y después ustedes pueden reunirse afuera y discutir el tema.
Ya.
What I'm saying
Gracias.
is that
Yeah.
those are more private matters
Thank
that
you.
they can discuss afterwards in the lobby.
I know you're itching to, but
No.
I see from your design that you will have residential and businesses on the bottom. So
So that's
Now,
one,
sure.
one is that we have over 18,000 square feet of retail proposed. But more importantly, I want to mention something else. First of all, the corridor is, like Deborah said, the vision of the city is no longer for automotive uses along these corridors. So that's something that unfortunately has to change. But as we know, we are in the entitlement stage. We're in the process of doing zoning work, site plan approval, then you got to pull permits, then construction. This is a couple of years. And you have an owner, I know Mr. Walufa personally, not just as my client, he's a friend. It's a guy that cares for people, and he will be the first one to speak to them, to offer to help them, to try to help them assistance with locating other types of locations. And he's been in contact with them and giving them a heads up that some of this is happening. So this is not just a guy that's just going to leave them out in the cold. I can't commit here or outside when we speak to them to committing them to space in the new. We know that that's just not how it works, but we will give them the opportunity to see what's going to be done. And maybe down the road, they can put their business there if it's something. I don't necessarily agree that there's absolutely nothing in highly available for them to replace their businesses, but that's for a conversation for another day. But I think you're dealing with a guy that's going to do things right as it relates to his current tenants.
my concern for the citizens involved. What I would like to see, if at all possible, which I believe you just proffered that they get first bid.
Yep.
for whatever commercial spaces you would have available to the
I mean,
public at large.
Some of the people that are here have businesses that will not be eligible to be.
Obviously,
Because those are automotive uses. But yes, things like a cafeteria, absolutely. I'm sure he'll be able to speak to it. Hopefully they can.
I'm sure that a cafeteria in a project like that will be a shoe-in.
But yeah, but again, that's conversation that will happen outside of this venue.
Exactly. Okay. Any comments or questions?
How many automobile services are in that area?
What?
How many automobile services are in that area?
Well, I don't know. I know now that most of the small outdated warehouses in the city are used for automotive services because that's why we annexed Hialeah Heights in the year 2003, because the administration at the time realized that the inventory that we have of industrial buildings does not serve the industrial needs, which are totally different. That's why they built
2003?
their distribution warehouses. Yeah.
Wow,
already.
20 years ago.
So that's why all that area is developed, and many of the big industrial uses that we couldn't attract anymore now are in that area. There's still vacant land there, and there's opportunity to build smaller warehouses to accommodate these uses. But also over time, these type of uses will tend to disappear because most of the cars now don't need that automotive service because they have mostly computers. Then you have the electric cars. So some of them will still remain, but some over time will become outdated services.
And how many businesses in total?
How many
In this,
total
in this
are,
two, in this.
how many bays are in this development?
About 20.
20 bays.
Okay, there's one more gentleman. I'm gonna let him. Let me just, don't start it just yet. Para las personas que hablaron, el abogado y el dueño, el diseño, están pidiendo lugares o tiendas comerciales en el proyecto nuevo. Obviamente, no todos los negocios existentes podrán mudarse para el proyecto nuevo, pero sí hay muchas probabilidades. La señora, por ejemplo, que una cafetería sería perfecto en eso. Bueno, pero mi recomendación sería, si se aprueba o no lo que diga la Junta, póngase en contacto con el dueño y con el representante. Hablen con ellos, que ellos le van a resolver. ¿Ok? Nombre y dirección.
Good evening. My name is Pedro de Chavaleta. My address is 3881 West, 1592 West 39th Place.
Thank you. 1 second, Pedro. Wait,
Okay.
Hold on. Well, go ahead.
Okay, as you guys were saying, how many automotive businesses? There's about 10 of them. Around 10. Now, in my case, I've been there for 36 years, all my life, since I was 20 years old. And I have a contract with the county, all the county vehicles. I used to have Hialeah and a whole bunch of other cities. Now, it's really hard for me because I had to move from one warehouse to another at the beginning when they first bought the place to get the license, the EPA, and all those licenses. So to me, it's a headache. Either that or I lose the business. Because right now I got a 5-year contract with the county to do the county vehicles, and I need the space. What am I gonna do? Close the business, because Hialeah is not giving license for automotive business. The county is another headache, because she needs so many parking spaces and stuff like that.
Hialeah is giving licenses for automotive uses. The problem is that many of the old uses do not provide, of the old warehouses do not provide the required parking spaces. So most of the warehouses were built as warehouses for storage and for manufacturing with one parking per 1,000 square feet, and the requirement for automotive uses is 1 per 500. But many of the business owners, what they did is that they improved the interior of the warehouses with parking spaces to supply the parking spaces that cannot be provided inside, and also realized that they cannot run 3 or 4 businesses inside a small warehouse because that negatively impacts the city. So it's not true that the city is not giving licenses for automotive uses.
Okay, but normally all the warehouses, they give you only 2 parking spaces.
Well, that's why many of the tenants on these warehouses are improving the interior to be able to have parking spaces inside and provide, for example, if you have 2,000 square feet, you need 4 parking spaces. So you will have 2 outside, they will have to improve the interior to provide the other 2 parking spaces inside. And many are doing that, pulling permits
I
to
hope
do
so.
so.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you. Just for the record, what I wanted to say, I was telling the folks that were in the back that the attorney and the owner are in fact proposing to build some commercial storefronts in the bottom, like Javi just said a minute ago, and that they will obviously they may not necessarily fit all the existing businesses, but a select few would qualify for you. Okay, is there anyone in the electronic audience that wants to comment on this? No? Okay. Closest to public hearing, Javi, you,
No further comment. Thank you.
okay. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve. Second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Casanova, second by Mr. Iglesias. Mr. Di Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Gamon?
No.
Mr. Casanova?
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias?
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez?
No.
Mr. Ulloa?
With a heavy heart, I have to say yes. I want everybody to move forward, and I think this is something that's going to benefit the city. And I understand there's a lot of people that might be moved, have to move, but I'm sure that there's going to be given plenty of time, hopefully. So unfortunately, I say yes.
You're looking at least what, 2 years?
I would say so. I mean, with entitlements and permitting and construction, absolutely.
And Javi, I know he's gonna work with them and the owner, and I'm sure that there's gonna be other opportunities for them. And I wish them luck and I hope for them the best, but we gotta do what's best for our city, and we lose a lot of homes, and I understand losing homes for me is a lot harder than losing automotive repair stations, but I apologize. I have to say yes for this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6 has been approved.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank you.
night.
Javi, please sidebar with the folks in the back and see what you can come up with.
Item number 7, variance permit to allow rear setback of 5.27 feet where 15 feet are required for an addition including a family room and bathroom to be legalized. Property is located at 6861 West 27th Avenue, Hialeah zoned RZ, residential 0 lot line district. Applicant Ramiro Ponton.
Okay, name and address, please.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ramiro Pontón. La dirección de la casa es 6861 West 27 Avenida.
Okay, let's give him a minute so we can. Okay.
The property in this application is located at the northeast intersection of West 27th Avenue and West 68th Place, within the subdivision known as West Palm Gardens Second Addition. The property is zoned RC, which is the most intensive use permitted in single-family home districts. The blocks within the subdivision are platted as zero lot line lots with building envelopes from which residences may not expand. The purpose of the envelope lines is to contain and limit building expansions in an area that was already granted the most intensive single-family residential use with already reduced setbacks. Only patios, pools, wood decks, garden features, and storage sheds not exceeding 10 feet by 10 feet may be permitted outside the envelope noted in the plat. Roof-covered patios are also allowed, but no enclosures or walls other than insect screens are allowed. A 5-foot rear setback shall be provided. The exception for the terraces is that although they have a roof, they still permit air circulation. Otherwise, the houses within the interior of the block would be deprived of air and sunlight and turn into a fire hazard. No house in the subdivision has been granted a variance to expand beyond the envelope lines. The RC platting requirements could allow encroachments outside of the building envelope not exceeding 25% of the minimum rear setback, which in this case would be 3.75 feet, by means of a variance granting a waiver of plat. The applicant is before the city requesting a variance permit to allow a 5.27 rear setback where 15 feet are required for the legalization of 370 square feet family room, including a bathroom that was built outside of the building envelope and without the benefit of the building permit. The addition to be legalized is encroaching 9.73 feet outside of the building envelope, which at 65% far exceeds the 25% allowed in the platting requirements set forth in section 98A31. For the platting requirements set forth by code, the request to allow a 5.27 rear setback for a building expansion cannot be approved. However, the applicant may keep the roof that was built with permits with a terrace underneath, removing the bathroom and all enclosing walls without any variance need. A 5-feet drainage perimeter shall also be provided by removing all pavement that encroaches over the required 5-feet drainage setback. Recommendation is denial.
¿Necesitan que se lo traduzcan?
Sí, por favor.
La propiedad en esta aplicación está localizada en la intersección noreste de la 27 Avenida del Oeste y el 68 Place del Oeste, dentro de la subdivisión que se conoce como West Palms Garden Segunda Edición. La propiedad tiene zonificación RZ, que es el uso más intenso permitido en el distrito de viviendas unifamiliares. Los bloques dentro de la subdivisión están plateados como lotes que se llaman Zero Lot Lines, que tienen como unas líneas que marcan la contención, una contención de la que las residencias no se pueden expandir. El propósito de estas líneas de contención es contener y limitar las expansiones de las viviendas en un área que ya fue otorgada, que ya tuvo otorgada el uso más intenso y con retiros que ya son más reducidos que con respecto a lo que se permite en las viviendas unifamiliares. Solo patios, piscinas, decks de madera, adornos de jardín y sheds para estoraje que no excedan 10 por 10 pies se pueden permitir fuera de esta línea de contención marcada en la subdivisión. Los patios cubiertos también están permitidos, pero no pueden estar, no pueden tener paredes ni ningún otro tipo de cerramiento, excepto por las redes para contener los insectos. Y además hay que proveer un setback de área permeable de 5 pies. La excepción para las terrazas es que a pesar de que tienen un techo, todavía permiten la circulación de aire. De otra manera, las viviendas dentro del interior del bloque estarían privadas de aire y de iluminación, y también esto sería un riesgo para el fuego. Ninguna casa en esta subdivisión fue otorgada una variante para expandirse fuera de las líneas de contención. Los requerimientos de subdivisión de esta clasificación RZ permite expansiones fuera de la línea de contención, pero no pueden exceder 25% del retiro obligatorio, que en este caso sería 3.75 pies. El aplicante está solicitando una variante para permitir un retiro de 5.27 pies, donde 15 pies son requeridos para legalizar un family room de 370 pies cuadrados, que incluyen un baño y que fue construido fuera de la línea de contención y sin el beneficio de un permiso de construcción. La adición a ser legalizada está a 9.73 pies fuera de la línea de contención, que es 65%, excediendo lo que permite el código, que sería 25%. Por estos requerimientos de subdivisión establecidos en el código, el pedido de permitir un setback de 5.27 pies para la expansión de la vivienda no puede ser aprobado. Sin embargo, el techo fue construido con permiso y la terraza bajo el techo puede permanecer. Habría que remover el baño y todas las paredes que se hicieron sin permiso, y no hay ninguna necesidad de variante para poder seguir teniendo la terraza. También es importante recordarle que necesita una distancia de 5 pies en el perímetro para drenaje, y por eso todo el pavimento que tenga en esos 5 pies tiene que ser removido. La recomendación es denegar el pedido.
Ok, ¿entendió lo que le dije?
Sí.
One question.
Yes.
Your conditions or your
Well, it's not a condition.
I know.
There's no possibility of approving this, because these buildings with an envelope, you can expand 3 feet outside of the envelope, but he's proposing to expand 9.70.
Did I just not hear you saying that if he opens the terrace and leaves it
Well,
open, there's a possibility?
He can have a
And
terrace.
remove
He
the
doesn't
bathroom.
need, this was built in 1997 as a terrace. It can remain as a terrace. Over the year, they enclosed it without permits and converted it
that's-
into a Florida room, which is not allowed because the plating requirements of those subdivisions don't allow building expansion. He could expand 3.75 feet, but he cannot go 9.75 feet as he's proposing. So what he should do is demolish the walls, demolish the bathroom, and keep it as the terrace that was permitted in 1997.
Would you mind repeating that to him, please? La
Se
pregunta mía.
se lo voy a explicar. Se lo explico así de una manera más sencilla. Este tipo de subdivisión es una subdivisión donde se permitieron terrenos muy chicos para hacer construcciones bien compactas. Por eso cuando se hizo la subdivisión se marcaron estas líneas de contención y digamos que las adiciones a las viviendas no pueden expandirse más que un 25%, que resultaría en una expansión de 3.75 pies. Su expansión, que usted la construyó con permisos como una terraza, no tiene ningún problema con terraza, como terraza no necesita ninguna variante, pero al haberla encerrado ya se considera como una expansión y tiene 9.75 pies, que es mucho más de los 3.75 que se permitirían. Entonces, en conclusión, lo que usted tiene que hacer es remover las paredes que fueron hechas sin permiso, remover el baño que fue hecho sin permiso y tenerlo como una terraza, así como fue permitido en 1990. 1997. Y además, los 5 pies adyacentes a la línea de propiedad posterior tienen que quedar como área permeable porque es un requerimiento de drenaje que también está en el código. Entonces, la aplicación que usted pide para expandir la casa de la manera que lo expandió no se puede aprobar porque el código no permite ese tipo de expansión.
Lo entiendo un poquito mejor
Sí,
ahora.
la pregunta mía es, esta es una casa que está en esquina, ¿no?
Ya lo sé, es lo mismo.
Que tiene un área que tiene, la casa tiene un 70% de apenas.
La,
el lote.
la
el lote
casa,
tiene-
la
el lote-
casa está en esquina. Acá hay 4 o 6 bloques que tienen el mismo tipo de casa. Si aprobamos una, tenemos que aprobar todas. Si aprobamos todas, todas las casas van a quedar tan pegadas que
Pero si
ninguna
usted
va a
mira-
tener ni luz,
sí,
ni aire.
No, pero si usted
Sí.
mira la propiedad, no se ve la adición porque está...
El
está
código
anexado.
no permite, el código no permite salirse de esa línea. Si usted quisiera salirse de la línea, tiene que hacer todo un proceso de replatear la propiedad, resubdividir la propiedad y entonces de esa manera puede hacerlo. Pero mientras tanto, como esto fue plateado como RZ, con la línea esa de contención, usted no hay manera, no hay ninguna variante que le podamos dar para que se pueda expandir de esa manera. No hay posibilidad, no existe.
Ya. Entonces, lo único que está permitido es lo que dice la terraza abierta.
La terraza abierta.
Yo no
sí.
entiendo por qué dan el permiso a la terraza y no pueden hacer
Porque,
el permiso
porque
a la...
justamente el código dice que terraza se permite porque es abierta en 3 lados, pero un lugar encerrado, una habitación más, no se permite.
Okay.
Eso es lo que, esa en realidad fue la pregunta que yo le hice ayer. Porque la recomendación es negárselo. Pero dentro de la recomendación hay una condición que si usted remueve las paredes en la cual encerró, usted hizo una terraza originalmente.
Sí.
Okay, y después la encerró. Okay, la terraza es legal y la puede mantener. Si usted, esta aplicación no se lo puede aceptar, pero si usted remueve las paredes, remueve el baño y mantiene esa terraza abierta como una terraza como la permitió, como la hizo, sacó del permiso, eso se le puede aceptar. Y
Si lo quieren cerrar, lo pueden cerrar con un screening para que no le entren insectos. Si lo puede tener como un Florida Room abierto. Eso sí se permite y no necesita ninguna variante para eso.
Eso quiere decir con
un screen, insect screen, con esa red.
screen,
con una malla de mosquito.
Con una malla para que no entren los mosquitos. Eso sí puede poner.
Pero la terraza abierta no puede ser una habitación, no puede tener baño, no puede tener la cama, no puede tener la cocina.
Ya.
Okay. Usted puede mantener su terraza cubierta con screen para los mosquitos, para los insectos, y poner un ventiladorcito, un televisorcito y ver su novelita. Just to reiterate here, we're just trying to, for the record, we're just trying to explain to him because in Mr. Storch's rendition of what she read, I found a little loophole in there, so to speak, where the application should be denied. If, however, the applicant decides to remove, because a terrace is legal, was built with permit. If the applicant, which he later on enclosed, if the applicant decides to open up the terrace, remove the walls, remove the bathroom, and you say add a little bit of a pervious areas to the side, that can't happen. He can revert it back
to
what it was original. He can screen it,
Exacto.
but it will have to be open-sided.
Exacto. No.
Okay. Simplemente la traducción de lo que estábamos diciendo. Usted puede remover las paredes, puede remover el baño, mantener su terraza abierta como fue fabricada con permiso. Pero eso es lo único.
¿Y qué tiempo tengo para hacer eso?
Usted tiene una violación del Departamento de Código. Por eso es que usted vino con la variante.
Sí, yo vine a ver si la podía.
Bueno, mi recomendación es vaya mañana mismo, pide un permiso de demolición, remueve esas paredes y si quiere puede retirar esta aplicación y nosotros le podemos reembolsar lo que pagó por la aplicación.
No, sí, pero ¿qué tiempo tengo yo para hacer?
Bueno, eso tiene que hablar con el Departamento de Código. Eso tiene que venir mañana a hablar con ellos y preguntarles a ellos que usted le dice que ayer vino al meeting. Si que usted viene, si quiere yo lo acompaño, que usted vino al meeting, que intentó legalizarlo, que le fue denegado, que no lo puede legalizar y qué tiempo le dan a usted para demoler lo que tiene que demoler. Si quiere venga mañana y nosotros lo acompañamos al Building Department para que tenga esa conversación.
¿En el segundo piso?
¿Cómo? En el segundo piso, zoning, donde entregó toda la aplicación, venga ahí, Giselis o yo misma, lo acompañamos al departamento de construcción para explicar la situación y que ellos le aconsejen y que le digan el tiempo que tienen.
Ok.
Muy bien.
¿Eso es todo?
Eso es todo.
Gracias.
Sí.
Un momento.
Bueno.
So should we proceed with?
Quiere retirar la aplicación y entonces nosotros le
Pero sí, pero si
reembolsamos.
no hay otra solución, ¿qué voy a hacer?
Sí, yo creo que bueno, tiene que aprovechar y retirarla, le reembolsamos el importe que usted pagó.
Alex, you have something to add?
I was just going to say the best option would be withdrawing the item. You don't want to vote for the
withdrawing
item
Yeah,
because
yeah.
if you vote for denial, he cannot come back for a year.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's withdraw the item.
Withdraw.
Si
Okay,
usted-
la mejor recomendación que le podemos ofrecer en este momento es que usted retire su aplicación sin que nosotros tomemos un voto,
Ya.
porque si tomamos un voto, usted pierde la oportunidad de regresar por un año.
Ok.
Si usted retira su aplicación, la señora le dice que es posible hasta que le devuelvan su costo de,
El costo
pero-
de la ciudad, ¿no?
eh,
Lo que le
pero-
acabo de decir.
inmediatamente tiene que abrir otro caso para la demolición así que usted en este momento, lo único que necesitamos nosotros de usted es oír que usted retira su aplicación. Si usted la retira, nosotros no tenemos que votar ya, la retiramos y ya.
Ok, está bien, sí. La retiro.
Usted retira la aplicación, dígalo por favor.
Sí, la retiro, la aplicación.
Okay. So the applicant has withdrawn the application
Oh,
and there will be no action. Por favor, mañana póngase en contacto con ella aquí en el segundo piso.
¿Cómo se llama usted, por favor?
Deborah Storch.
Débora.
Y ella es Giselle.
¿Ok?
¿Ya eso es todo?
Sí.
Ok,
Gracias.
so item number 7 has been withdrawn by applicant's request. Item number 8. Variance permit to allow 13 parking spaces where 26 parking spaces are required to open a new tapas and wine restaurant on the second floor of an existing commercial building operating a liquor store. Property is located at 400 East 41st Street, Hialeah Zone C2, Liberal Retail Commercial District. Applicant Agustin Mosquera.
Name and address, please.
Soy el dueño, Raúl Rodríguez, y el aplicante es él.
Okay. Name and address.
Agustín Mosquera. Agustín Mosquera,
Address, dirección.
Dirección.
400 East 41 Street.
Okay.
And what is his relation to the property? ¿Cuál es su relación con la propiedad? Porque usted es el dueño de la propiedad
Sí.
y él.
Manager, y le vamos a rentar el local.
Ah,
para
okay.
él.
So he will be the tenant of the restaurant that
Ajá.
you are proposing.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
¿Ustedes prestaron juramento?
Sí.
Okay.
So the property in this application is located at the southeast intersection of East 4th Avenue and East 41st Street and expands into the property located at 402 East 41st Street, separated by an alley from the subject property. 400 East 41st Street is improved with a two-story building that has a liquor store on the first floor and an open floor plan for commercial uses on the second floor. The adjacent parcel is improved with a two-story storage building. When the two-story commercial building was built in 2016, it complied with the parking requirement, 13 parking spaces. In 2018, a parking variance was granted to the applicant, allowing 13 parking spaces where 23 were required for the two-story storage building addition that required 10 additional parking spaces. At this time, the applicant is before the city with a proposal to improve the second floor as a tapas and wine restaurant, which will require 3 more parking spaces than a general commercial use. With the proposed use, the total parking requirement for the liquor store, wine and tapas restaurants and the storage building is 26 parking spaces. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow 13 parking spaces where 26 are required. Since the restaurant hours will coincide with the liquor store hours and both uses will be connected, it can be assumed that some patrons will park to utilize those services and that the storage will not demand parking while the restaurant is open. Accordingly, the parking would be short only by 3 spaces when the restaurant is in operation. On-street parking is available on East 41st Street at the east end of the block, adjacent to the church parking lot. In light of this consideration, the parking variance shall be approved. Given that 400 East 41st Street and 402 East 41st Street share parking, a unit of title shall be provided if it has not been provided yet. Recommendation approval.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Sí, yo solo quería recordar de que esa era una esquina que estaba muy mal. Mi familia construyó el liquor store, pero la parte de arriba queremos construir lo que dijo Évora. Queremos hacer lo que es un tapas y vino español. Tenemos muchas bodegas en España que quieren venir a hacer escuelas de testing de vino y eso en Hialeah no lo hay. Queremos un sitio seguro, tranquilo, para que puedan ir la gente de Hialeah a probar los testing de vinos y eso. Y entonces, como no...
Déjeme traducir.
Sí.
He's explaining that he's the owner of that building, and when he built that building, and I remember very well, it replaced
It replaced an auto parts store and a Botanica.
It replaced a Botanica.
A Botanica and an auto parts store.
And I labeled that corner like the worst corner in Hialeah, and I remember taking a former mayor there. So he came and we worked together, and he created that colorful mural that is there. And he always had this idea of bringing the tapas restaurant on the second floor. So because he has the storage there because he imports wines and other goods from Spain. So he wants to take advantage of that and on the second floor do tasting of the wine and serve some tapas together with that. So that is what this is about.
Para mí, el quitar la botánica esa que había allí.
Sí. Sí.
Osimba Botanica was the name.
Well, I don't, Osimba,
I
I forgot the name, but it was Botanica and Auto Park.
Sí.
Oh. Okay, siga, por favor.
Entonces, como el liquor store tiene un horario de día, o sea, que cierra como a las 9 de la noche, queremos este sitio que no va a machar con el sitio de tapas. Además, vamos a abogar porque la gente que vaya a beber vino no vaya manejando.
All right, so do we need to translate that or you want to? You want to give it a shot? Let her. Okay.
Lo que sí, como usted está diciendo ahora que van a operar en diferentes horarios y también tiene el storage, tenemos que establecer esto en los records y ponerlo en una declaración escrita que el departamento legal va a preparar, donde diga explícitamente cuáles son los horarios en que va a operar el liquor store, en qué horarios va a operar el restaurante y en qué horarios van a hacer los deliveries en el área de estoraje, para estar seguros que el parqueo alcanza. What I'm saying is that since my interpretation was that the liquor store and restaurant hours will coincide, but he's saying that when the liquor store closes is when the restaurant will open and the storage will operate at a different time. So we will state all that in a declaration of restrictions that he agrees to proffer. So in that way, we make sure that the 13 parking spaces that are there, they will be sufficient.
Fair enough. Sounds good. Okay. Any comments or questions on the board? Anyone in the audience have a comment or question on this item? Anyone in the electronic audience? Close the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second that motion?
Motion by Mr. Gamon, second by Mr. Casanova. Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Gamon,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Item's been approved.
Do you still have
Muchas
anything?
gracias.
Do you still have anything to do with across the street where, ustedes tenían el negocio antes, la licorería al frente?
Sí,
Sí.
estábamos rentados.
Todavía, pero ya no.
No, ya no.
Ok. Okay,
Muchas gracias.
thank you.
Buenas noches. Item number 9. Conditional use permit to allow K to 5th grade school within a shopping plaza with a maximum capacity of 57 students in conjunction with an existing daycare with capacity of 60 children. Properties located at 6500 West 4th Avenue, units 15 through 23. Hialeah Zone C2 Liberal Retail Commercial District. Applicant Mohatra Inc.
My name is Octavio Santuri. I'm the architect, with offices at 6262 Southwest 40th Street, Miami, Florida. I'm here with the owner of the daycare school.
You representing the owner?
Yes.
Thank you. Just for the record, can we have your name and address, please? Su nombre y dirección.
Mi nombre es Madeleine Deep, 6500 West 4 Avenida, número 19, Hialeah, Florida, de 3012.
Y usted es la propietaria.
Sí.
Thank you.
The property in this application includes several bays, Bay 15 through 23, in accordance with the application number to be confirmed by the applicant. Within a shopping plaza located on West 4th Avenue between West 65th Street and West 66th Street. The bays are located in the northwest area of the shopping center and in front of the shopping plaza walkway and parking lot on the east and west 4th place on the back. West 4th Place, across the street from the shopping plaza, is a residential neighborhood of single-family homes. Bay 19 through 22 were converted into a daycare in 1994, including 4,415 square feet and an adjacent 1,890 square feet playground facing West 4th Place. A circular driveway with a 4-car capacity was built north of the playground as a proposed drop-off area. Although the plans indicate a capacity of 82 children and 11 teachers, the issued CO for the daycare states a maximum capacity of 72 people. The current condition of the site includes the 4,415 square feet daycare built in 1999 as a daycare under permit 1994-99 and a contiguous 2,820 square foot area separated from the original daycare by an open corridor that was added to the daycare as a daycare in 2016. This 2,820 square foot area now operates as a K through 5th grade school that probably started sometime after 2016. There are no building permits for the change of use from commercial to school. The open corridor has a picket fence that blocks the access from the shopping plaza to the corridor between the buildings. A chain link fence encloses the perimeter of the playground and an asphalted area adjacent to the school base. This chain link fence consolidates the rear open area adjacent to both properties. Both the daycare and the school are accessed from the front facing West 4th Place, at the rear of the shopping plaza. An application for a conditional use permit was filed by the applicant to allow a K through 5th grade school on the 2,820 square foot already operated as a school, proposing a maximum capacity of 57 students in conjunction with existing daycare on base 19 through 22, where they are proposing to reduce the number of children to 60. A traffic report was submitted with the application stating that daycare parents park in the shopping plaza parking lot and walk their children to the daycare, and that the elementary school children are dropped off in the circular driveway where staff will assist in the drop-off pickup process. No hours for drop-off pickup are proposed. The real scenario is that the school and daycare operations are run through the West Fourth Place front, across the street from single-family home. Since what faces the shopping center are classrooms, access to the daycare and school are through an entrance on West Fourth Place. Most likely, parents park on West Fourth Place, and maybe some use the existing driveway that fits no more than 4 vehicles. Parked cars may be observed along the landscape swale area south of West 65th Terrace. Although no parking at any time signs are posted on the circular driveway, some cars park there anyways. Allowing a K through 5th grade school as proposed by the applicant should require some improvements of the current conditions in order to minimize the impact to the homes on the west side of West Fourth Place. On the arrival dismissal process, given that the circular driveway can only accommodate 4 cars, which is appropriate for dropping off no more than 25 students, the school shall have staggered hours for drop-off and pick-up and have staff available to expedite the process. On the parking, staff and teachers shall park on the shopping plaza parking lots. Daycare parents dropping off their kids could utilize the on-street parking along West 14th Place, north of the landscape swell, that needs to be appropriately asphalted, marked, and with signs posted limiting the parking time to 10 minutes. In light of these considerations, the CUP for the school could be allowed with the following conditions. Immediate legalization of the 2,820 square foot of school space for the change of use from daycare to school. Repair of asphalt along West Fourth Place, parallel parking spaces striping and posting of signs. Implementation of 2 drop-off pickup shifts. Adopt and enforce parking and drop-off regulations for parents and staff. The recommendation is to approve with these conditions.
We humbly agree on those conditions. I explained them to the owner, and she agrees with the conditions that are placed upon us.
And all these conditions will be placed in a declaration of restrictions that the law department will prepare and need to be signed by the owner of the property.
Correct.
Just for the record, because I was checking with these Ellis here. The paperwork that we have. This is the shopping center that you have a couple of stores in there.
Correctly.
Not the whole shopping center.
No, not the whole, just the stores, right.
Okay.
But the way they asked for the radius. map
No, that's,
includes that.
yeah, that's fine. It just, when I look at it, I go, wow. That's a good chunk of land. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Comments or questions from the board?
I do have a question. If I may. So this is not a new school at all. This was an existing school?
It was an existing school,
From the
correct.
very beginning, and at what point they changed from a daycare to a school?
¿En qué año cambiaste de colegio? ¿Hace cuántos años? Like 5 years ago.
5 years ago. And we had the obviously we have alarms in this location.
Yes,
So everything was.
yes, they do have a fire alarm.
And this is what Deborah, this is what you're showing me that they weren't existing before?
What I showed you are the last permits that we have when they incorporated those bays as daycare, not as school.
It started as a daycare and then eventually it grew to a school because the siblings wanted to they started offering first grade, second grade, and that's how the school got started.
I'm sorry, Iselis, we need to clear up who's speaking right now. It's not a member of the board. Chief, if you can introduce yourself and your position.
Carlos Diaz, 83 East Fifth Street, City of Hialeah Fire Department, Fire Prevention Bureau.
My bad. I apologize. That's why I have you there to back me up. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what we have.
Thank you.
Is that it, Chief?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any more comments or questions? Anyone in the audience want to chime in? Anyone in the electronic audience?
I have a question.
Please do.
Chief, do you have any concerns or are you concerned on the rest?
No, I'm good. Just want to make sure because we are exercising the new requirements. And since this is gonna go through the building department as well, is that correct?
Yeah. Once that the conditional use permit is approved, plans need to be submitted to the building department, converting that area that
To an
was
elementary.
previously a daycare into school. Also, the conditions that are posted here needs to be reflected in the plans, and at that time, the fire department will have the opportunity to look at it and see if they comply with the requirements for a school that are different than the requirements for a daycare.
And just for clarification, if once you submit the plans, I noticed that they put here new elementary school. If you could write down it's an existing school,
Okay.
so that'll alleviate a lot of
Okay.
problems.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does that answer your question? All right, there is no electronic audience comments. Anyone in the audience? Close to the bar of the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Second that motion.
Motion by Mr. Gamon, second by Mr. Iglesias. Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Gamon.
Yes.
Item has been approved with conditions.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
for your input, Chief.
Before we read into the records, the new item, I want to explain you something. We have many daycares that were expanded, and this is general, no, it's not
Sure.
for your, many daycares that were expanded and added private schools. Because to open a private school, what you need to do is to open an LLC, comply with certain background check requirements for the personnel that will work there, and some inspection from DEP and a fire inspection. Since the Department of Education doesn't certify, license, or anything these schools, those are private entities. Some decide to be accredited by private entities, some others not. And what changed in the last year, I think, is the requirements for fire safety. So now all these daycares expanded into school to get their license to operate the school. It's not a license, to get their registration in the database that the Department of Education has, and that gives them access to the grants that the government gives out for private school. They need to comply with the fire requirements. So with the city, first they need to comply with the CUP, because the parking requirements for daycares are not the same as for schools. And then with building and with fire, they will need to comply with this change of use. That's why, since the fire requirements change so much, that's why I wanted the fire marshal to be here every time that we have one of these schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then for the new schools, a new ordinance was approved not long ago where schools cannot be within shopping centers, and there's a distance requirement from vape shops, for example. So all new schools in the future will need to be in their own campuses, not in shopping centers.
Yeah.
So the ones that are coming before us are the ones that are already informally operating, and they have 1 year to get into compliance by coming for the conditional use permit and going to the building and fire departments.
Thank you.
Okay, so item number 10 has been withdrawn. Let me read the address to the record. 6491 West 2nd Avenue. So no action. Item number 11, conditional use permit to allow a K to 2nd grade elementary school on a freestanding commercial building with a maximum capacity of 20 students in conjunction with a daycare with a capacity of 41 children. Property is located at 430 West 29th Street, Hialeah Zone C2, Liberal Retail Commercial District. Applicant, Albenis Gill and Lisa Gill.
Thank you. You know
Yes,
the drill.
Octavio Centurion, 6262 Southwest 40th Street, Suite 3, Miami, Florida. I'm the architect representing the owners of the daycare, and she's here with me today to answer any questions.
She's the owner.
She's the owner of the daycare.
Right.
School.
Please identify yourself and name and address.
Hi, my name is Lizette Gill. I'm the owner of Los Pinos Nuevos Christian School, 432 West 29th Street, Hialeah, Florida.
Thank you.
The property in this application is a one-story, 3,200 square feet commercial property built in 1972. The property was originally built with 5 bays. The easternmost 4 bays were converted into a daycare in 2013 under permit 2013-766. At this time, all 5 bays are utilized by the applicant, with the 5th bay added to house a school, including K through 2nd grade. No records were found for the change of use of this 5th bay, including 2 openings through the 2-hour fire rate tenant separation partition connecting to the adjacent bay. The expansion into the 5th bay happened after July 2018. At this time, the applicant is before the city requesting a conditional use permit to allow a K through 2nd grade school with a maximum capacity of 20 students in conjunction with existing 41 children daycare. The site will now be utilized by the daycare and school with no other businesses operating at the site. The parking requirement is 10 parking spaces and the site has 12. Teachers and staff will park in the 5 backout parking spaces provided at the rear of the property and 2 parking spaces at the front lot. 2 parking spaces at the front parking lot are designated for drop-off. 2 other spaces are open for visitors and there is 1 accessible space to be used as needed. Since 4 automobiles is the queue expected for a 25 children's school, the 4 available spaces at the front parking lot should be sufficient to serve the pickup drop-off of the elementary school children. However, school personnel should be assigned to expedite the process to avoid that the car queue extends into West 29th Street, blocking 1 lane of traffic along West 29th Street. The conditional use permit could be approved with the condition that the building stays as a school daycare standalone facility with a maximum of 20 students for the school in conjunction with a 41 children daycare, and that staff is assigned to expedite the school's drop-off pickup process. Recommendation approved with conditions.
Thank you. Comments or questions?
I had explained the conditions to her and she agrees with the condition. If you have any questions that she might be able to answer, she's here to do that.
Okay.
That as in the other case, the conditions will be outlined in a declaration of restrictions that the owner of the property will need to sign and the law department will prepare.
Perfect.
You understand? Can you say it into the microphone?
Yes, understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
No.
Anyone in the electronic audience? Any comments or questions from the public? What's the part of the public hearing? What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Okay, you want to take the motions and you want to hold off a second until Mr. Gamon comes back, or
I can hold on. until I come back.
or you can just call the roll and we can all.
All right. Okay, so motion by Mr. Iglesias, second by Mr. Casanova. Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova,
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Okay, so far it's a yes.
yes.
It's passed.
So item has been
We'll
approved.
get his vote when he comes back, and you're gonna be hanging around anyway, so. But so far it passed. Thank you.
Item has been approved with conditions.
Before we read the next item, we don't have any more schools. You're free to leave. You're welcome to stay, but you're free to leave.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
Thank you for coming.
Okay, do you vote yes or no?
The motion was to approve the
It
conditions.
was approved condition?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let the record show that Mr. Camone.
Yes.
Voted yes. Okay, Manny.
Yes,
You
sir.
know how I feel about you, man. You know you're a man, okay?
Thank you, sir.
How does the board feel about a 5-minute break?
No, what, I think that we should continue with this application, read the plans, and then we have a break because the last item will be a long item, most likely. So let him.
You have somebody on your side. You got the
why
little
not?
devil and the little angel.
Why not?
Okay, name and address, please.
Manny Rose Architect with offices at 18501 Pines Boulevard, Suite 342, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Thank you.
Item number 12. Special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay. Variance permit to allow 12 residential units with an area ranging from 735 to 737 square feet, where 150 square feet is the minimum required, and only 10% of the units may have an area less than 150 square feet. Allow 4.5 feet front setback where 10 feet built to line setback is required. Allow 22 parking spaces where 41 parking spaces are required, and variance to waive the building mass and building frontage development standards. Properties are located at 250 East 9th Street and folio number 04-3118-006-0790. Hialeah Zone, CR Commercial Residential District. Applicant, Manny Rose.
Thank you.
The property in this application includes 2 vacant lots that were operated as a plant nursery for many years. We have a presentation. Let me put the presentation so they can see when I tell them. There it is. So the property in this application includes 2 vacant lots that were operated as a plant nursery for many years. The property is within the Hialeah Downtown Urban Center, HDUC, with CBD land use and CR zoning. The applicant is before the city with a proposal to develop the site with a new contemporary style 4-story, 18 units apartment building. The unit mix includes 6 2-bedroom units and 12 1-bedroom units. The first floor of the building includes a lobby and a gym overlooking an expanded sidewalk fronting East 9th Street, screening the 22 spaces parking area at the rear. 3 of the 22 parking spaces offer the possibility of double stacking, which would allow for 3 additional cars. The developer's proposal is to assign 1 parking space to each unit, leaving 1 regular parking space and the accessible space open, and the possibility of assigning an extra parking space to 3 of the 6 2-bedroom units. To be able to develop the property as proposed, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow the expansion of the MBD overlay in order to increase density from the 12 units allowed under the current zoning classification to 18 units. Variance to allow 12 residential units with area ranging from 735 to 737 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum required, and only 10% 2 units may have an area less than 850 square feet. Allow 4.5 feet setback where 10 feet are required for the encroachment of 2 small volumes into the front setback. Allow 22 parking spaces where 41 parking spaces are required, and waive massing and frontage development standards. The special use permit to expand the regulations of the NBD shall be approved since this is a node area within the HDUC. The unit size variance shall also be approved since it is minimal and a response to market demands. As for the parking variance, the Hialeah Downtown Urban Center has less parking requirements than other districts because of its pedestrian-friendly characteristics, including the availability of services at walking distance. CR parking requirements are 1.5 parking spaces for the first 15 units and 1.20 parking spaces for each additional unit. This requirement would result in 26 parking spaces for an 18-unit development instead of the 41 parking spaces required by the MBD. Since the property has 22 parking spaces plus the 3 stacking spaces, it almost meets, meets the HDUC parking requirements. As mitigation factors, on-street parking is available on both sides of East 3rd Street, 150 feet east of the property. Transit is available on East 1st Avenue with a stop at the Hialeah Metro Rail Station. 2 elementary schools, a park, and a grocery store are located within a short walking distance from the property. In all, this is a truly pedestrian-friendly neighborhood with access to many services, businesses, and employment centers where life may be possible with a single car. The recommendation is approval.
Thank you. Manny?
Good evening, folks. I'm here with Mr. Cordovez, the owner of the property, the developer. Basically, we're again here before the board to introduce another beautiful modern project in the city of Hialeah, located, of course, at 250 East 9th Street. It's located on the south side of the street as you're heading east or west. The zoning, like Deborah had said, were MBD criteria. So the area of the property is 13,500 square feet, about 0.31 of an acre. And we're here proposing the 18 units consisting of 6 two-bedroom units and 12 one-bedroom units. The two-bedroom units are approximately 1,080 square feet, and the one-bedroom units are 737 square feet. We are at 4 stories. We're allowed to go higher, but we decided not to. We've also introduced various art pieces and movements and landscape areas on the second level, which is not very commonly seen in the city, but we're introducing something that the owner requested that we proceed with. Also, we're providing 22 parking spaces plus 3 stack parking spaces. The owner will assign the stacking spaces accordingly as are needed. And we feel very comfortable that this project will be a huge enhancement for this neighborhood. And we're here to gather to basically request your approval. And if there's any questions to me or the developer, we're more than glad to answer them.
Thank you. Are you the owner?
Yes.
Could you please give us your name and address just for the record?
Orlando Cordovez, 6619 South Dixie Highway, Suite 127, Miami, 33143.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Manny. Any comments or questions from the board?
This isn't maybe for you guys, but do we know if the rest of that area is going to be developed? This is a really nice building within like a bunch of old.
Well, there are many projects already up on East 9th Street. You have the one on East 9th Street, and that is East 6th. Then you have the other project next to the Walgreens on Lejeune Road. And also in the block that is within I think is east of this block. There is the owner of that tall building that is on 9th Street. Has there some property that is between 3rd Street, 1 block from here,
Yes.
3rd Street and
330
Street.
East 9th
That's
Street.
the same owner. And also you have a new development that where there was like a parking lot, like a place where they sold cars on East 1st and 9th Street. So the whole 9th Street corridor is really changing.
All right.
Now, also in reference to parking, there's on East 3rd Avenue. I went to the site. I always go to the sites and take pictures and walk around before we start designing the project. There's plenty of off-street parking on both sides, east and west side of East 3rd, about 150 feet from the property, like Deborah had mentioned before.
Well, and also the infrastructure was upgraded in that area. The owner of the tall building that is coming up on East 9, he had to do an improvement for the water main or something along East 9th Street. So everything is prepared here for the growth that we're experiencing.
And also what needs to be understood is that Hialeah Water and Sewer Department is requesting that us as architects and developers improve the utilities, like Deborah is saying. A lot of Hialeah has 2-inch water lines that do not meet the requirements. And we're coming in there and spending a lot of money, putting in 8-inch lines, et cetera, and new fire hydrants that are very scarce in the area, especially in the residential area. So that's one of the things that we're doing in future projects that are coming up before you all.
I have a question for you. You know how I am about infrastructures and utilities and stuff.
Yes, sir.
That's my thing. You're proposing to upgrade the water lines, if you will.
Well, if it's required on this section, yes, that's
Okay.
something that will be determined by our civil engineer through the process of due diligence.
And in that determination, will you consider if the utilities are in the rear easement, would it be possible, would it be feasible, would it be considerable to relocate them front easement where you won't have to, and you know, God only knows how long in the future somebody decides to, I'm just trying to avoid someone deciding to put up a fence in the backyard, not in your property, but down the street, put up a fence without locates and, you know, cut a water line, cut a whatever. If the utilities are in the front, I mean, I don't expect you to have FPL move their utilities Comcast, AT&T, and all the other ones, but at least the ones that you may be required to touch, if they can be.
Now that you mentioned that, the 28-unit project that's owned by the Leon family, there's a 2-inch line that runs east-west right in the middle of our property. And we caught it, Hialeah Water and Sewer caught it, and our civil engineer Sharon caught it. And we're having to replace that line and tap into our 8-inch line that we're putting in front of 26th Street, coming from the east all the way to 5th Avenue. So we will be replacing that line with proper pressure and whatever, which they don't have right now.
So you see what I'm trying to hit.
Yes.
And
It's,
you know,
once it goes through the process, the Hialeah Water and Sewer, we catch it, they catch it, they see the easements and they say, we got to check. So once we get the atlases will tell us what's there.
Right.
And we just can't leave the, if the line gets cut, then they don't have any water. No, we can't do that. They won't issue us a permit.
And I also understand that you may be held responsible for the ones that affect you only. Like I said earlier, you're not going to be responsible for FPL, for Comcast, AT&T, gas lines, what have you, just what affects your project. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
that
we're using an example, the 28 units, because it does affect other people and it's affecting us because we have to get them out of our property. Imagine right through the middle of a building have an easement. You can't do that, so that we're having to relocate and new easements being generated, etc.
Many 35 years I've been a lineman, so I know what you're saying.
Okay.
And I know what I'm saying too. So I just wanted to get that out there.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Comments or questions from the board? Chief, you're talking about water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He mentioned hydrants, so I'm good. I'm assuming you figure how many hydrants you're gonna need already, or?
Yeah, we're locating them on the site plans and stay in touch strongly with Rick Gonzalez, who's our friend and a professional person. So that's why you see me in and out a lot of the fire department, because we do our due diligence and we find out at the beginning what is needed. That way we can proceed and do it properly.
And I appreciate you doing that, because that still saves a lot of time.
A lot of other people don't do that, but we do that.
I've seen you working, you do nice work, and I, again, appreciate you doing that.
Thank you.
Wish everybody would do that as well.
Thank you. All right, if there's no more comments or questions from the board, is there any comment or questions from the audience? Would you please stand up, come up here and identify yourself? Name and address, please.
My name is Anna Gill. I lived at 341 East 43rd Street. The address does not affect me in any way, except my question is, how does that affect our city taxes?
Well, it affects positively because that will, the city, the only revenue that the city has to support itself and all the police department, fire department, and all the departments that run the city is by the city taxes. So by having more units, we are increasing that tax base and we'll be able to provide more services to the residents.
And then, and thank you for answering that. And then with the new lines and possible new meters, what does that do to the residents, the homeowners, in terms of tax increases? There an estimated amount?
No, that will not increase the taxes. That will be paid by the developer. Yes,
if it comes down to they're required to make a relocation, move the existing, upgrade, whatever, that's on them. That's not on you or me, or that's on them.
Great.
If something, all the improvements that come in relation to all these new developments benefit the city as a whole.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions from the audience? Okay, none heard. Close to the public hearing. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second that motion. Third the motion.
Motion by Mr. Ramon, second by Mr. Casanova and Mrs. Enriquez. Mr. G. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova,
Yes.
Mr. Gamon,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Okay.
Before going into the break and into item number 13, we have two plots that have no objection. So if I would like to read them into the record, and you can vote of them, because there we have the lawyers waiting for these cases, and I don't want to make them wait 2 hours. So can we go ahead with the two items?
Make it quick. Or else we're gonna have an accident.
Okay, let's do it quickly.
Okay,
Okay.
All right.
Miscellaneous,
Okay.
I,
Thank you.
don't be a stranger.
Whatever you guys want.
Hey, we're here every other weekend. I mean, every other Wednesday.
miscellaneous items not requiring advertisement. Item number 14, final plat of Commerce Center at County Line.
So this is a plat in Hialeah Heights. This is the.
Yeah, you're out of time.
1 second. This is one subdivision in the annexation area. It came without objection from the Department of Water and Sewer, Fire, Police, Streets, Parks and Recreation, and the Planning Unit. So the recommendation is approval.
Which one is that?
Item
County
14.
Line, Commerce Center at County Line.
Oh, that, I was looking at the wrong one.
This is Apex. Yes. Although it's called County Line, it's not associated with the other County Line development because it has different names, but it's in the same location.
All right, comments or questions? Anyone in the audience? Anyone in the electronic audience? Close the public hearing. Was a pleasure to the board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Iglesias, second by Mr. Ulloa. Mr. Amon,
Yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Ms. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Item has been approved. Item number 15, final plat of West Avenue subdivision.
The West Avenue subdivision is what used to be the Kennel site that is almost the final. So they are coming for the final plat. There are no objections from Water and Sewer, Fire, Police, Streets Division, Parks and Recreation, and Planning Unit. So the recommendation is approval.
This used to be the kennel site.
Yes. The
Well,
Kennel
that
site-
place is,
the Kennel site that developed with apartments and the townhouses.
that place
at
is
the back.
moving.
Yeah, it's almost ready,
Yeah.
at least the first phase.
Okay, comments or questions? Anyone in the audience? Anyone in the electronic audience? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Ulloa, second by Ms. Enriquez. Mr. Iglesias,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova, Mrs. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. D. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Amon.
Yes.
Item has been approved.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Nature calls. We don't want to have an accident here. So please bear with us. We'll be right back. Mr. IT department, we're gonna Are we back on? Okay. The meeting is now back in session. Thank you all for your patience. But you know how it is. We had to take care of it. So go ahead and proceed with the next item, please.
Item number 13, rezoning property from R1 one family district to P parking for the construction of a new parking lot to serve the existing restaurant located 27 parking spaces where 38 parking spaces are required. Properties are located at 390 East 43rd Street and 4290 East 4th Avenue. Hialeah zoned R1 one family district and C1 restricted retail commercial district. Applicant Ricardo Largo.
I believe you're representing Mr. Largo? Okay, identify yourself.
Mr.
please.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is John Lucas, and I have the privilege of representing Mr. Largo with respect to this proposed project. My address is 2655 Lejeune Road, Coral Gables. I'm an attorney practicing in South Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The property in this application is a vacant, low-density residential site located on the south side of East 43rd Street. The site is adjacent to a commercial property on its east side and on the east half portion of its south property line. It is adjacent to single-family homes on the west and west half portion of its south property line. Across the street on East 43rd Street, the property fronts on the north side a single-family home and the west end of a fast food restaurant. The commercial property adjacent to the east side of the property has a restaurant and market. Both the fast food and restaurant with market sites front East 4th Avenue. That is one of the main north-south corridors in the city. It is noticeable along the East 4th Avenue corridor that many commercial properties expanded into the adjacent properties as businesses prospered and grew over time. The McDonald's, Sedanos, and auto parts sites are testimony of such a trend. The existing business at the site was established around 2008 and was a great success upon its opening. The consequence of the success and quick growth of the business made the owner adopt temporary and often precarious solutions over time, such as utilizing a container for storage or storing goods on a neighboring property homes. A rezoning application was filed with the city a year ago, and it did not go through. However, the applicant learned how the neighbors felt affected by the expansion of the commercial business, and he improved his previous plans to make sure his business is self-contained. The applicant, who is the owner of the adjacent restaurant and market business, wants to improve the 390 East 43rd property as a parking lot for his business in order to replace the existing west side parking lot where he plans to build an addition to the existing restaurant. To be able to do so, he's requesting rezoning from R1 to P. As per the plan submitted with the application, the proposed parking lot complies with the landscaping and walls separating the similar uses requirements. The addition planned for the existing restaurant includes a gazebo for outdoor dining attached to the main building and a detached building for food preparation with an adjacent gazebo also planned for outdoor dining. The applicant's proposal also includes the addition of a two-story storage building on the south side of the westernmost lot adjacent to 4290 East 4th Avenue that has commercial land use. The applicant is also seeking rezoning of this lot from R1 to C1 in order to make the land use and zoning consistent. A drive-through lane with a 5-car capacity and a pass-through lane with a 3-car capacity are proposed on East 43rd Street within the existing restaurant site. The purpose of the drive-through is to facilitate food pickup, which is a significant part of the business, to better serve customers and to reduce parking demand. The new site layout, including the added site, will provide 27 parking spaces, 25 on-site and 2 off-site, where 38 parking spaces are required. The intent of the addition and significant improvements proposed by the applicant is to create additional space for the growth that the business experienced since it first opened. The rezoning from R1 to P for the vacant lot shall be approved since the P zoning will prevent the construction of any type of building on the site, given that the zoning classification only allows parking lots. The proposed parking lot will also serve as a buffer between the commercial buildings and the adjacent residential home. The rezoning of the small parcel to C1 shall also be allowed since it will make the zoning consistent with existing land use. The parking variance could also be allowed since the takeout lane will reduce the parking demand on the 8-car capacity of both lanes, and the 8-car capacity of both lanes almost makes up for the 11-car parking deficit. However, to ensure that there is no traffic overflow into a residential neighborhood, it is recommended to the applicant to install signs to warn his patrons not to park over the residential neighborhood swale areas. The sign type, location, and permitting needs to be run by the streets department. Recommendation approval. There are some boards there that maybe you want to display.
Actually, I didn't bring an easel, which I probably should have. So
No, but you should put them by the, let me help.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, yeah. Can you guys see, can you see that?
Mhm.
Are we gonna have another school?
No, we don't have a screen presentation. No.
Well, the renderings that you have before you depict an architectural concept that differs from what was presented last year. Notwithstanding, what we see here today is an expansion to Deborah's point that is consistent with other uses that we've had, such as the Sedanos, the McDonald's, and the auto parts places that she alluded to earlier. What the owner has done through this architectural concept, and incidentally, by way of introduction, let me also introduce the architect of record, who is Maria Fernandez. She's attending today via Zoom. Also in attendance with Mr. Largo is Emilio Agrino, an associate with Ms. Fernandez that participated in this architectural concept itself. What we're looking at here is a design and or a concept, to Deborah's point again, that is self-contained. It allows the business owner to essentially control on-site circulation as well as what occurs within the confines of his ownership. You not unifying these properties together allows him a footprint, a platform, if you will, in order to expand a business that's been in existence since 2008 and continues successfully today. So here we find ourselves 15 years later with an expansion that will serve to improve not only the neighborhood, the business model itself, but also allow for the type of parking that you're going to need in order to sustain this type of business. Also, you've got outdoor dining as well. It's going to be something that will contribute as well to the neighborhood itself. I understand that there are persons who wish to speak in opposition to this. If you have any questions regarding the specific design features, Maria is available, Emilio is available to speak directly to those. Are there any questions?
Who is Maria and Emilio?
Maria Fernandez is the architect of record. She's appearing on Zoom as she is out of town at this time. Emilio Agrino, the other architect, is present today as well.
Okay. Do we have a comment or questions from the board?
Can I see the image of what you're gonna be using, the lot that's across the street? Because I know there was
No, across the street, there's no lot.
there was a house that he was using for storage in the
The,
previous.
well, last year, what was presented to us is that the owner owned a house across the street and he used like the accessory building to store some things, but that house is not part of the application.
They're not related to the house that's next to them.
No, apparently he's building the storage here to have all the storage in the same place and you don't have to utilize that house. As I explained,
Okay, I thought
he
you
did,
mentioned
yeah,
something about the
he
house
did,
that's
yeah,
next to the
he did
house.
many things in the past that were precarious and not very neat, but he is trying to correct this by making these additions.
What I would suggest is what a difference a year makes, because right now we have a plan that's viable, a plan that is beneficial not only to the continued successful operation, but also makes a contribution to the neighborhood itself. The examination by the Planning and Zoning Department also revealed that there's sufficient buffering to the west that will also serve to further insulate the parking area that is contemplated for the westerly lot. So when you envision, and there's a survey that's been provided as well, when you envision this property as a whole, consider it to be the parent tract. You have the main business that since 2008 has been located at the southwest corner of 43rd and 4th. And then you have the adjacent lot on 43rd, which is roughly 160 to 180 feet to the west of the corner location, the corner radius right there at 43rd and 4th. That's where you have the vacant lot that's going to be used, and which the application requests be assigned a classification of P, parking. As the Assistant City Attorney can probably speak to this issue, my review of the code indicates that the P classification itself would require pavement and drainage plan, also a unity of title. So when you think about the parent tract, the actual property itself is being developed as a whole, consider that it's going to be unified forever. An approval will tie these properties together and should dispel any notion whatsoever of a separation and the use of that lot for anything other than as a contributory part of the property as a whole. I hope that responds to the question regarding the fact that there is no other property outside the parent tract as it has been defined.
So right now, he has no plans for the property that's next to the McDonald's.
Beg your pardon.
He has no plans for the property that's next to the McDonald's.
No, sir.
Your microphone.
Sorry about that. Is it going to be continued to be used for anything else? He has no plans? It's a vacant building now, so it's just going to be.
I can't speak to the issue of that. I can tell you that within the context of this application itself, it has absolutely no bearing, nor is there any intention of any continuation of any nexus or connection between that property and this.
But it's still part of his it's property, and last time he was using it for the benefit of the restaurant. That's where my concern lies. Well, how are we gonna prevent it from doing that again?
Well, I'm certain this board will seek to impose whatever conditions it wishes in terms of the connectivity between those parcels. What I can tell you is the property that you're referring to across the street, that upon my review of the record appears to have been a source of conversation, discussion at the last board meetings, is not a part of this application, nor has anything over the course of a year indicated any kind of a nexus or connection between the two. We're operating solely within representations made within this application as defined in these architectural plans as defining the purpose, the unified purpose for this operation only. There are no other properties that are that we would suggest or you can infer would be used for that purpose.
But they were used for that purpose. At that time, they were used.
That was the allegation that was made at the
Well, it's not an
last
allegation.
board meeting
He
a year
actually-
ago.
He actually admitted to it. So
I
that's
was-
my concern. So, and nothing has been brought up about that property. So
Okay, there's nothing about that property I can represent to you today that has anything to do with the application for the relief that we're requesting. in this board.
that's a concern to me because maybe he intends on keeping using the property for whatever reason he might.
Well, that would be a code enforcement issue. I
Exactly.
think it's
So-
unrelated.
so
to
maybe-
It's unrelated to this application. If
I
that
understand it's
happens- if
unrelated
that
to this application,
happens-
but
If that happens, code enforcement will have to intervene.
What I would suggest is this, if I may respectfully, is that the application and the architectural concept itself, based upon what has been represented to this board, and the board can only make a decision based upon, and we wanted to make an informed decision based upon what is being presented to it. Honestly, candidly being presented to it. Not going outside of that or otherwise trying to suggest that, this is an apple, but yet we're going to go back and we're going to build an orange.
It's not gonna happen. I'm not doing that for any other reason. I'm concerned because I have lots of signatures in front of me. Asking us not to allow this, and I'm all for small businesses, and I would love to see him grow his business and do whatever. But apparently, according to all these signatures, he's not been a very good neighbor. And that's my concern. And that's why I bring up the other property, because there was issues with the other property prior to this situation that he's trying to be the good guy now. I don't know if these people are, some of them might be here, hopefully, maybe they'll speak. But my concern is what they're thinking right now and what their wants and their needs are too. Because there's the needs of several compared to one. And I want to do the best for me and my city and the constituents of the city is what I'm concerned about. I feel for the owner of the building and I want him to succeed and I want him to do well, but I want the people in the neighborhood to be happy with the results and that everything works out amicably between them. And that's what my concern lies. And that's why I bring up the previous property that there was an issue with. And hopefully there will not be another issue with again.
I think that that's something you and I can both agree upon. And the one thing that needs to happen, and this planning and zoning board has to evaluate not only the applications on the merits and the representations that are being made by not only the owners' reps, but by the owners themselves. But in addition, there has to be an earnest effort, not only on the part of the business owners and the neighbors to coexist. You know, be humble, be nice, learn to live together, and everything will be fine. So if you would like to hear from the owner, Mr. Largo would be pleased to speak with you. If you have any questions for Ms. Fernandez, the architect, she too is available, as well as Mr. Agruno. Or perhaps you have something more for me.
Am I to understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I've been known to be wrong before. But am I to understand that you're suggesting that we do not take the best interest of the neighbors that are being harshly impacted by what has been happening there? But that we're not allowed to take that into consideration while talking about this?
No, that's certainly not my point.
Okay, because
Absolutely.
that's how it comes through. It comes through to me that way.
No. Neighbors are all entitled to their own opinions. They're also entitled to express themselves. That's why we have due process. That's why I'm here. That's why the owner's here. That's why the representatives are here. We're all here to try to work out a architectural plan to be applied to this property that is going to be pleasing not only to the owner, but equally pleasing to the neighbors themselves. The one thing we don't want to do is to ever impede or impair or otherwise compromise the rights of others just because you can. No, we're here to work together and try to find an architectural solution for the application on this property, and one that will allow us to coexist, or the owner's business to coexist with those neighbors and to be a contributory factor, as opposed to one that serves to impede or impair it. So if that was your impression, it was not an impression that I intended to convey, and certainly I stand by my explanation.
And the reason I reached that conclusion was based on past history, as my colleague has expressed. We have dealt with this particular application before. There were heated arguments. In fact, the board was split right down the middle. Because I believe we were one board member short that one meeting, and we had to take several votes back and forth. But the fact of the matter remains that there was very poor yeah, there was very poor cooperation between the business owner and the neighbors. The neighbors were very harshly impacted. Okay, I am very familiar with the location at heart here, at question. I may not wholeheartedly agree with the complaints with the claims. I mean, look at this. We have a good size packet here of signatures, pictures, claims that have happened. I don't have to go by this. I can tell you from firsthand experience that I frequent that area quite a bit. And the claims in this packet here that the neighbors have brought forth are pretty much spot on. Garbage everywhere. Fruit vendors outside the premises right there on the sidewalk, leaning on the fence. Noise. I'm a very reasonable individual. I can see and I can understand, and I'm all for the need of improved parking for the business. They need it. Okay, I can understand that, but I just cannot see and can't understand when I have driven, not necessarily to that business. Again, there's a McDonald's, that street right there. I go down that street because at the end by Palm Avenue, that's where my barber is. And I take the shortcut there because 41st Street sometimes gets out of hand. And I drive by there and I see trucks, cars, trailers, just like they have depicted here, parked on the street. Sure, it's a public street. Okay. I mean, but I don't want to say that you have the right. You do have the right to drive up and down the public road, and you do have the right to pull over and temporarily park there while you get your goods and leave. But imagine what the homeowners go through that live there directly to the west of this property. I mean, let me just show you something here real quick and I'll put it on. All right, here's one. And I'll put it on the. All right, there's one picture, a truck with a trailer behind it, parked on the street. Okay.
May I inquire, is that the photograph of the lawn service vehicle?
The
on the street?
lawn service also, yes, that's a good sized trailer. Okay, but that's not the one I just showed. Where is it? It's here somewhere. But again, my point is, I'm just, please help me to understand and help me see the how we can come to a mutual agreement where the property owner, the business owner can thrive on his business, which we want him to thrive. But then you have the homeowners, the neighbors that are very harshly affected. I certainly would not want to have trucks and trailers and vans, okay, parked in front of my house, blocking my driveway if I need to go somewhere, you know, and I can't get out because he got a trailer, a truck, a van, a car parked in front of my, you know, blocking my driveway. And listen, this is Hialeah. Okay. I know my city and I know my people. And I hate to say it, but it is what it is. They'll park anywhere. I just help me change my mind how I feel about this particular application.
Well, if we were to focus on those defects or deficiencies, excuse me, that you just raised, parking in the street, trucks on the swales and the like, and we take a look at what has now been proposed or designed, what we see is utilization of a lot that is principally, actually solely for parking and for the on-site type of circulation and delivery needs that would serve this business. The one improvement that Deborah spoke to was the storage building component, which is located at the southernmost portion of the lot in question. And let's call it the southwest corner of the total parent tract has been defined. And when I say parent tract, I'm talking about the corner location, the middle lot, and then of course the westerly lot that is being at least allocated or designated exclusively for that type of a use. So, Mr. Chairman, when we speak about the type of conflicts, pardon me again, the conflicts that might occur in a right-of-way, particularly where you have McDonald's. McDonald's has the typical box truck deliveries, or as I've seen, they have the 52 to 62 foot wheelbase tractor trailers that come in and deliver. You're going to have that type of a commercial and or transportation type need that will need to be addressed with whatever use you have. But how do you improve upon it? You improve upon it by coordinating your deliveries, by providing on-site circulation, by allowing for the onloading and offloading to occur outside of your existing right-of-way, or those areas that could conceivably be blocked not only to vehicular traffic, but also to pedestrians as well. We have the right to walk on a safe sidewalk throughout. So when you take a look at this design, and I mentioned what a difference a year makes, it's a design that allows, to coin the phrase that Ms. Storch referred to, allows the business to be self-contained. It allows an area to be used all at once that does not serve to impose or otherwise impede or encroach upon the rights, Mr. Chairman, that you just referred to. Principally, access, the quality of access to and from the property itself.
Okay, I'm with you. I was listening to you all along, but at the same time, I was looking for that picture.
You were multitasking.
I tried. This is the picture I was trying to explain. See if I can get it on the, all right, there's a lawn truck trailer parked right in front of someone's house. Okay. I happen to know that house. That is, you have the lot in question, which is the, yeah, that one right there. Do you have it up there?
No, I'm gonna put it on. Right.
Okay. You have the lot in the app for the application, which is for the parking lot. Then you have to the west of it, another residence. This particular trailer, whether now, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, whether they are visiting the business or conducting business as a lawn care business to one of the neighboring houses, I don't know. I cannot prove that right now. But the only thing that I can see here is it is blocking right, it's parked right in front of this house. Okay. It is not at this point affecting their driveway, but it's right in front of the house. Did they park that, which is again, down the street from the business? Did they park there and walk to get food, sit down and eat? Or were they actually doing lawn service in one of the neighbors? I don't know. The picture just shows them parked there.
If I might respond.
Sure.
To your point, not knowing to whom that particular lawn service company and or individual was serving doesn't allow us to suggest that it was the subject property, Mr. Largo's property that was being served, or anybody else in the neighborhood. I get that. But what we have is, I see it everywhere I go in South Florida. I was born and raised here a long time ago, more years ago than I want to admit. And I can tell you what, nowadays, lawn service, Amazon, people are pulling into the street without regard for driveway cuts, driveway connections, the type of imposition that they're creating on us homeowners and or on our right of ways. Yes, that needs to be policed. But Mr. Chairperson, what I would suggest is that if that particular lawn service was servicing that lot, the westerly lot, which is a vacant lot and requires to have its grass cut from time to time, under this plan, there is no grass service needed. We have an asphalt paved surface, beautifully landscaped. And I will say this much. There's something else about the adjacency of this lot to the residence you alluded to immediately to the west. We're talking about an adjacent and contiguous abutting residence to the west of this lot that we're asking you to allow to be changed to a P classification for parking to be used in conjunction with this ongoing business or the expansion of that business. At page 2 of Ms. Storch's analysis, one of the things that she mentioned is that to be able to do so, that is to do what we're doing here or asking, the owner is requesting rezoning from R1 to P. Now we're talking about the lot in question. All right. As per the plan submitted with the application, the proposed parking lot complies with the landscaping and wall separating dissimilar uses requirements. Every attention to detail was given in order to, thank you. Every attention to detail was given or attempted to be given to the sensitivity of that adjacency, if you will, to the property to the west. You see that when you go out, and I drove and I saw the Sedanos, I took a look at the McDonald's, I took a look at the auto stores as well, all of which are abutting residential uses and they continue to coexist. But what we're doing here is making every effort to coexist, not to create an additional burden, but to relieve the types of burdens that you're referring to as being kind of systemic and a situation or a condition that's existed for really quite some time. What the analysis by Ms. Storch has done is it identifies and actually draws the distinction between what was being proposed last year and what is being proposed this year. And what is being proposed this year is an architectural concept that is something that we can be proud of, you can be proud of, and the neighbors ultimately could be proud of because it will not create an additional burden, I would venture to say, on their quiet enjoyment of their property, something that they are entitled to. Rather, it's a plan, and every plan that comes before you, to some extent, is going to impact somebody in some way. We heard it tonight in the first 12 matters that came up. We have people who are employees who are going to lose their job, are going to be impacted. You have parking reductions, if you will. We want to go with 50% of what's ultimately required as opposed to 100%. We have to go ahead and balance those interests and make sure that we're treating everybody fairly. The business owners of Hialeah, the property owners of Hialeah, the neighbors of Hialeah, there has to be a concerted effort for everybody to try to get together and work things out, which is what you do when you try to illustrate the sensitivity to those concerns through an architectural plan such as we have here. Now, I will say this, is it absolutely perfect? Ms. Storch didn't think so, and I'll tell you why. Because at page 3 of her analysis, she indicated the following: to ensure that no traffic flow into the residential neighborhood, it is recommended to the applicant to install signs to warn his patrons not to park over the residential neighborhood swale area. The sign type, the location, and the permitting needs to be run by the streets department. I will represent to you now, that is a condition that we can absolutely live with. And the reason why is because it's essential that there be a coordination between Hialeah's street departments and the architectural plan that we've provided. You're dealing with driveway connections to an existing right-of-way that serves not only a commercial operation, a commercial avenue, a node, four corners. If you look at the four corners of 43rd and 4th, they're all high-intensity type uses. Do they intrude upon? Do they compromise? Do they otherwise impair the quality of your life? We hope not. But I can tell you that through this plan, you can look at it and you can say to yourself, it's a market improvement over what we've seen previously. To the extent that there are impairments to right-of-way, if somebody's access along 43rd is being impaired, this is going to solve it. You know why? Because you don't need to have a delivery truck out in the right-of-way. Amazon doesn't need to stop right there. They can pull right in. In addition, in order to alleviate the so-called traffic congestion, if you will, you'll note in this plan that there is a double entrance that is being provided for a drive-through and a pass-through. The drive-through provides for 5 parking spaces to be queued, stacked. So when we talk about traffic engineering, you guys hear this all the time when you're reviewing traffic studies. What is the queue? How many cars can actually stack so that we're not impairing accessibility through a throughway? And that's what that right-of-way is a throughway. And you're approaching a corner. So you're going to have traffic typically slowing down. But what you don't want is you don't want cars sticking out into the right-of-way and otherwise blocking traffic or creating unsafe conditions. That was an attention to detail by the architect to say, you know what? We're asking for a plan to be approved that by code might require 38 parking spaces, but you're only going to be providing 27. How do we alleviate or how do we address that deficit of 11? And how you address it? You do exactly what the creative architectural genius did, which was create 2 additional drives. You're going to have pickup. You're going to have people coming in. You're going to have pickups. You're going to have orders, deliveries, and the like. That's where they're going to go. So when we use the term, or planning staff has used the term in the context of this analysis, and I've gone through it a number of times, this analysis essentially says these are the details that the owner is going to be, we're going to hold his feet to. It will be built to these details and it will be enforced as such. And the condition with respect to collaborating with the streets department and living by their word, that is a condition that I can say on behalf of the owner is accepted. It absolutely is something that we can live with, we can work with, and in fact, it assists us in implementing what we suggest to you and would respectfully ask that you approve as being a viable architectural alternative to what you were considering previously, but more importantly, to address the concerns that you have in terms of coexistence between this business owner, this development as designed, and these nice neighbors.
Let me say something. As in other cases, I think that the tool that we have and the neighbors have is put in writing some conditions in a DOR. Like, for example, the signs could be one way of doing things. Another way could be the compromise of the property owner to have some traffic control personnel paid by him to make sure that the traffic doesn't invade that area, or they can have at the beginning until people get used, like which are the rules there, to have off-duty police officers, or I don't know, some other measures that you can think of or the neighbors can think of, because the reality is that the corner commercial property is already there. The conditions are there. And if they don't have this space to expand, the precarious solutions that he has been finding over time will continue, will not make things better. So I think that this addition, the creating of the lines, is an intention of making things better. If we, together with this, if we can add some restrictions that are in the declaration of restrictions, then at least the city has an instrument to go and say, hey, you signed for this and now you're not complying, and we can call their attention, open a code enforcement case.
I agree that.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I agree that the proposed parking it's needed badly. I agree that if it were to go through, it will improve the surrounding area.
It will improve the current situation.
The current, thank you. I also agree that I would like to see some higher level of responsibility assumed by the business owner. Now, is this up on the screen, this picture? This picture here brings me back to what I said about the van with the fruit vendor. Fruit vendor is not visible from this angle, but the fruit vendor is directly behind the van, leaning on the fence, selling a bunch of fruit there. Look what this other trailer is. And he's not, even though his lights are on, look what this other trailer is parked. The driver is getting out of the driver's side. Okay. He is actually on the street. Okay. True, that is in front of the man's property, the business property. I will be willing to proffer.
Well, to have them proffer.
Well, I will be willing to condition, if you will. If this were to go through, to have the business owner assume the responsibility of, if it has to be approved by streets streets division,
Well,
to build a curb.
No, I already thought about that idea, and I spoke with the street department, and he told me that for liability reasons, they cannot build any curb or anything. The most they can do is to have the signs. But I am proposing now for them to proffer that they will have, as we do in the schools, that we ask them to have staff to take care of the traffic control. Well, they will need to have the same thing. Someone maybe in a golf cart to make sure that the trucks are not parking in a double line. And maybe it's not the owner's fault, because this happens all around the city. It happens to me while I'm driving in these warehouses where they have automotive uses, that sometimes I have to stop in the middle of the street, get out of the car and ask them to please move their cars that they are servicing on the streets, that they shouldn't. But it's like the general conduct. I don't know if it's a cultural thing or what, but this happens all around the city. And sometimes you see, even on 49th Street and Lejeune Road, it happened to me that I was there waiting to turn, and a truck comes, they want to eat a burger, they just park there, they block the traffic lane. So it's not only the property owners of the commercial property are to blame, but the general conduct that the public has. So there's no remedy for that other than having someone totally in charge of that to make sure that if someone parked there over on a second lane, will go and ask, please, you cannot park there, and to have some control.
How about also, Chair? How about also working with the owner and letting them know for the people that he has for deliveries, either they gotta come in a time frame that doesn't affect the neighborhood, either early morning or late. So traffic won't be impacted by the trucks.
I think they close at 9 p.m.
Well, either that or early morning, they can make arrangements, because I've seen it done in other places.
Yeah.
For delivery trucks, they only.
Please go ahead. I'm following you.
And I think that's something for the neighborhood, for the neighbors, will be great.
So the suggestion would be that in order to better utilize the traffic plan that we have here, the parking plan that we have here, coordinate deliveries at, let's say, less than peak periods.
Correct.
We know when the peak periods are.
Correct.
And also to get those delivery trucks on the front parking lot facing East Fourth Avenue, not on the parking lot that is next to the residential.
Although the parking lot is somewhat limited, his business hours for the customers are up. I believe he's open until 9 p.m. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they shut down. I mean, they could, I don't know if they're gonna have deliveries at that late at night, but they
No,
could have them earlier in the
but they
morning
can.
or off peak.
Yeah, earlier.
I think,
In the front parking lot.
I think that will be ideal and it will help out for the neighbors and for the traffic. I
Court-
think you guys should
Consider that.
consider, talk to the owner and make that a part of a condition. They have to go through, not do it 1 week and the other one forget about it. No, that has to be in writing. That he have to comply with that to be able to, for the neighbors.
So could we, I'm sorry, could
Please.
we possibly, could we get you to hold and turn it this way? The rendering of the future parking lot?
Yes, sir. You wish me to come closer?
We don't bite,
No, no. It's just.
hard at least. Okay,
Through the chair.
yes,
I agree with Mr. Iglesias. There's a lot of restaurants that do have a time frame.
They have
set
a
for their-
specific
Yeah.
time frame.
Cheesecake Factory has it. A lot of these restaurants have a
Yes.
time frame for delivery, so it doesn't obstruct service or the residents. But I do have a couple more concerns. The garbage cans that he's currently using are open garbage cans that should not be used in commercial areas. He should be using the garbage cans like
the
neighbors
dumpsters.
noted.
The
covered
proposal includes, a dumpster enclosure.
Yes.
Can we look at that?
Yeah, but this is what I'm talking about. If you can show this picture, this is the garbage can that they're using right now. And McDonald's doesn't use that one. McDonald's uses the covered one.
The cover one, yeah.
And most commercial or restaurants have to have the covered ones. And I think
That one right there, yeah.
they should be using something like this, because what I saw doing a lot of pictures in the lawns, there's a lot of garbage. And if you have that uncovered garbage can, it's just flying.
Come,
It's
he's
just
still
flying all
talking,
over
come
the
here,
place.
come here, sit down and we'll
And
give
my
you,
other-
we'll give you a shot.
My other concern is the fruit vendors. Why are there fruit vendors there? Is it part of the business or is this some kind of farmer's market he has there?
Can we identify yourself, please, name and address?
Emilio Agrenor, 11510 Southwest
Okay.
185th Street.
Go ahead.
John, to answer your question, we have designed a new storage for disposal of the food, the garbage, according to Hialeah standards.
Okay.
And that will be offset in the property, so we are taking care of the smell and everything that. So in the new scheme, there is and I think it's on the plans, you can see it. There's a code
Well,
approved,
this is what you're currently using.
that's gonna disappear. That's gonna disappear.
Bueno, no, what he's referring is to the waste containers used by the customers, that they have open containers, so everyone throws the garbage there
But
and it's
This is
exposed.
what you should.
So
use
he's,
like this.
yeah.
That's, we can ask Ricardo to go ahead and implement this system, and that will be part of the solutions.
Yeah, that would help a lot.
Yes, yeah,
And as
because,
for the vendors.
yes,
What is that part of the fruit vendors? Is that part of the business? Or is that some kind of farmer's market you have there? What is that
I don't
about?
think there's a farmer's market, it's
I don't know,
fruit
it's-
vendor.
There is a fruit,
Okay,
there is
he
a
brings-
fruit,
Okay, he's,
there's a
yeah,
fruit store, fruit, markets,
Yeah,
farmer
yeah.
market. In the front,
okay,
that's actually a twofold operation. You have a quick serve, complete,
Mhm.
dinners,
Mhm.
where you have your rice,
Yes.
beans, your
Yes.
meat,
Mhm.
your veggies, whatever,
Correct.
as a complete dinner package
correct, yes.
to go.
Mhm.
Or they have a couple of tables there where you can actually sit there and eat, which a lot of people do.
Correct,
Specifically these trailers and
Yeah.
truckers and what
Yes.
have you,
Mhm.
you know, because they're working, they just take it. All right. That's one part of the one part of the business, kitchen, if you will, kitchen counter where they serve the food. Right next to it, they have a fruit stand. And inside the fruit stand, they have yet another kitchen, whether they're related or they're separate or whatever, where it's like a fish market. Okay, and then outside, you have your mom and pop, abuelito that comes and just sets up a shop with a little shopping cart and a couple of bags, you know, some avocados, some mangoes, whatever, just, you know.
Shouldn't that be set up like in a more proper way?
Well, I'm sure that's not an authorized,
Yeah, I don't think that's, it's just a couple of guys with boxes is what I'm looking
yeah,
at.
it is.
Well, can we ask the owner, what are those guys with the?
Yeah, what I would say is, I would say to the attorney that we need to sit down with Ricardo and explain to him all the things, and that this will
right there.
become conditions that will be together with the project, and that he has to abide by those. You know, you have to follow some rules if you want something in return. And I agree on that. And I think,
Listen, I want to come crystal clear to both of you. I think the project has merit. Okay, the parking lot is badly needed. Okay, it does, the rendering at least, it does look good. It looks like it will solve the problem. My concern is with the history of the place, everything that has happened, everything that is happening. Okay, all the detriment to the neighbors. Okay, if we give in to this particular application and it goes forth and it gets approved, what are the guarantees that all the stuff is going to stop? All this other shenanigans? I mean, we're still, I can guarantee you, we're still gonna have mom and pop fruit vendor there pushing his little grocery cart with the fruits hanging off the side. I mean, that is something, I know that you personally have no control over that. That will be your responsibility to get with the business owner and open his eyes.
Yes.
That whatever the outcome of the application is, the business owner needs to work, coexist, your words, with the neighbors. I said it before and I say it again. I would hate to live in that area there with all the, thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Emilio.
For
And
what
as
we have, here, talking about the conditions that I wrote are the signs on East 43rd Street, delivers on parking lot fronting East 4th Avenue and not at off-peak hours, traffic control personnel, cover customer waste containers, no vendors selling fruits out of boxes, carts, etc. Those are the.
I'm sure the latter one, the extra, I'm sure that he will agree with that because that's actually
A competition.
competition to his business.
can
Well,
that, all this that we have talked about, especially for the neighbors, that are the ones that are gonna be
Dealing with it.
benefiting from this. I know the business is still gonna be there, it's still gonna operate. So doing something like this is gonna enhance, it's gonna get better. But as all those things can be put on writing for the order cannot violate. Okay, those rules, they have to be on writing. And that is one thing that I'm proposing for the benefit and for this to go through for the benefit of the neighbors.
So what we're talking about here, getting back to my term of coexisting, is re-engineering, if you will, the operational characteristics of a 15-year-old business at this location, expanding its footprint to allow for better access, better parking, a quieter buffered area that will separate it effectively from the adjoining neighborhood itself. And then working through the logistics of those operational characteristics, not only for the benefit of the neighbors, and neighbors is, people that we are going to live with going forward, whether they're the current neighbors or the people that come in to this neighborhood after tonight or after this business is established. These are operational characteristics that speak to details. and real details that need to be drilled down.
Correct.
And we've been here a long time, and out of respect for the neighbors who were here and who wanted to voice their opinions as well.
And they will get a chance.
I just want to say this. I'm grateful for the opportunity for us to at least have this level of detailed conversation, which speaks not just to the details of an architectural concept, but it is more of engineering a plan that could serve to enhance the effectiveness and the viability of the business that he contemplates being conducted here, but also does it in such a way where it is complementary not only to the neighborhood, to the corner itself, but to the city of Hialeah. If you'll give me an opportunity while you provide an opportunity of due process to our neighbors, I'd like to have a conversation with Mr. Lago, speak about this level of detail, and come back and report to you.
Oh, absolutely. Well, what we can do is, I mean, are there any more comments or questions from the board right now?
Not at all.
No, we can open the floor for the audience. I don't know if you want to be present to hear their.
I'm going to multitask as well. But I think this is important enough, and we've gotten down to some real details here, that if they are agreeable, if they're operationally possible, then it's something that we can actually drill down on the details of tonight. And I don't want to lose that momentum or that opportunity, not only to do the right thing, to have you do the right thing. And as I mentioned in my earlier comments, the most important thing for me as an advocate and a representative and as a lawyer is to make sure that whatever I tell you is something that I know is spot on, factual, and true, but it also gives you a basis from which to make an informed decision. So hopefully I've given you something to work with. I know that I have, because I've gotten some incredible feedback from you. Let me work with the owner right now, discuss these details out of respect for my colleagues.
I can tell you at this point in time.
Yes, sir.
That what you have heard from me personally is 100% fact based on personal experience, because I do frequent that area a lot.
Well, that's a good thing.
Okay. I'm not going to say that I patronize the business, but I do frequent the area a lot. And the traffic is horrendous. He's not the only business there. I mean, you have McDonald's, you have farm stores in the cross street. Right next to that, you have the churro place, you have the hair cutting place, you got the bakeries and blah, 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 blah. Across the street, you have little shops and hair cuttings and what have you. A bank. So he's not by far the only business there.
Understood.
He is not the only contributor to the clutter. But I can tell you here wholeheartedly that what I have told you, the information that I have given you is from firsthand personal experience. Whatever else the board has forwarded to you, I can't speak for them, whether it's just their experience or what they've heard. I can tell you, me personally, 100%.
Thank you.
I also would like to go on record and saying that I do like your design. I do think that it is badly needed. Something like that is badly needed to at least start a transformation of the situation that we have at hand. So I'm good with that.
Okay.
I can't cross that line until we can come to an agreement as to conditions, as to I hear from the neighbors, how they're, we have a lot of information that came to light tonight that wasn't available in the past few meetings. After all, at the end of the day, the neighbors are the ones that are partially impacted by whatever is happening there. So please take your time, consult with your client or with your client, if you will.
Thank you very much.
Consult with them, see what, hey, maybe it may need a tabling and coming back another time and
Those amendments that Deborah wrote down, that
I'm good with that.
those are helping a lot.
Huh?
It makes a way bigger difference.
Chair, if I may,
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, one of the issues that they were concerned about was when the business is closed, are people gonna have access to be able to park there and hang out? Because they said that that's one of the things.
Okay, there you go.
that's going
See, that's
on.
another,
That's
that's
one of
a
the
good
things
one.
that's going on, like in the McDonald's.
That's
you
a
know,
good one.
McDonald's is open
Thank
24
you.
hours.
I-
but-
That parking lot had to be
That was-
closed.
So one
Yeah,
of the
that's-
concerns that I remember
Yeah.
the neighbors. being-
That was brought up last time.
was
And I-
that They don't
thank you.
they don't want that to become a hangout area like there is in McDonald's, because, but obviously McDonald's is open 24 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I remember.
yeah, you can prevent people from parking there.
so.
That'll be. a
So
good one.
if it's okay with you, we'll open the floor for some comments from the audience, from the neighbors, and we'll go from there. And listen, we are by no means opening the door wide open or slamming it shut on your case. Let's have some dialogue. If it comes down to where we need to postpone this to the next meeting until we cross all the Ts and dot all the Is and come up with conditions and what have you, and get everything on the table. If it's okay with you, I'm sure that it will be okay with the board.
Well, I think we've made a lot of headway this evening. I'll allow you to go ahead and open the floor. I'll consult with Mr. Largo and I'll be back at you shortly.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you, and we'll,
Thank you again for the
you-
input and the opportunity to.
thank you.
be a part of this
You will,
process.
you have my guarantee, you will get another shot at it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All righty, at this point, I would like to open the floor for any comments or questions that the audience may have. You know the drill, come on up, state your name and address, and we'll give you 3 minutes. I'm sure the 3 minutes is not gonna be enough, but we'll try and work with the 3 minutes, so please bear with us.
Just put on my glasses,
Oh.
sorry. Hello, everybody. My name is.
Can you do 4 minutes, please? Just do 4
Well,
minutes.
yeah, we.
Oh, just, okay,
Yeah.
just,
let
I'm
them
already
talk.
so nervous.
Yeah.
Mr. Sherman, if they have standing, I don't think we should time them. It's a important issue.
exactly, yeah.
So Ms. Storch will determine based on their address if they do have standing. If there is standing, they should be able to speak at for an unlimited amount of time.
Right. Well, that's why I kind of mentioned like 3 minutes or maybe 4 minutes, just, we'll leave it open-ended. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Teresa Mejidas. I live at 322 East 43rd Street. The picture that you saw of the landscaping truck, that's in front of my house.
Right.
And he was going there to go eat. And a lot of them stop in front of my house. I come out and I ask them, please, sir, please don't, my mom's coming over. And after she leaves, I actually literally have to stand in the street to help her back out because she can't see around he's not blocking my driveway, but he's blocking the view.
Right.
So imagine every time somebody left your house that you'd have to walk all the way out to the street to accompany the person out safely. That's the first thing I want to say. The other thing that I wanted to say is that he's not the only one that does it. He'll tell me, no, 5 minutico. It's not 5 minutico. It's usually 10 or more. And what happens is he's not the only one. If it's a weekend, I could have this happen at my house more than 10 times. It's constant. It's not something that I want to be looking at all the time.
Right.
Anna also lives right next to the property that was the storage for the business.
Yes, on the
So
north side.
she's gonna want to come up here and say a few things herself.
Okay.
But what I did do is I was the one that walked the neighborhood and got the signatures. And I have so much respect for the politicians because I thought I'd just walk to a house and I'd get a signature. And the first house I went to, I was there for an hour. They had so many complaints and I'm like, oh my God, I got 3 signatures in an hour. How am I going to be able to do this? Right now I'm a tennis coach for Hialeah Gardens Senior High, and we're in the middle of our season. This past week, when I got the notice, There was 2 scheduled matches and I had practices with the team. So I didn't even get to start walking the neighborhood until Friday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a little bit of Monday night is what I had to get those signatures. I believe if I had more time, it would be more than that. It would be way over 100. I'd like to talk just for a moment about the people that live closest, the people that receive the postcards. We're the ones that are most affected because we're right next to the business. The first family lives at 380 East 43rd Street. They're called the Medeiros family. They have been there for 36 years. Dagoberto is 90 years old and his wife Nea is 85. And they live there with their disabled daughter, Rafaela. They complain about the noise, about the trash and the traffic and how difficult it is pulling out of their driveway. They're even closer to the business. They're concerned about the smell of the garbage will be next to their home and the roaches and rats it will bring. They are not here tonight because it's too late for them to be out. So that's why they couldn't be here tonight. The person that lives next to them is me at 322 East 43rd Street with my husband and my son. We've been there for 21 years and it affects us on a daily basis. Imagine getting up every morning and you want to be in a good mood and then I open up my blinds and it's like, I pick up garbage every day. So imagine waking up every day and having to clean up your yard. I want to be proud of where I live. I want people to come to my house and not be embarrassed because there's trash. There's a lot of drunks that walk down our street. They throw the little bottles into my yard. People that eat right now at the fruteria, sometimes they just like to eat in their cars or they'll park in front of our houses and they'll literally take their foam containers with food and leave them in my swale. I'm the one that picks it up. Nobody from his business walks down to pick up anything for us. The next person that lives across the street from us is the Maranje family. They have been there 32 years. Their wife Fifi fell from a ladder in January and she's bedridden. Her husband Nesty cares for her and he won't leave her alone. That's why they couldn't be here tonight. But everybody in that household also signed the petition. These are all the people that are closest to the property. The next one, the one I told you, is Mrs. Anna Gill and her sister. They've been there for 45 years. They were there before McDonald's was there. And as this went on and we went in front of the council, we learned about the history of 43rd Street. And we found out that McDonald's had asked to encroach into the neighborhood and go into the west, and they were denied. They were told that they had to stay on the avenue because commercial businesses should be on main avenues and main streets. 43rd Street is not a main street. So that's why that business was put over there and nothing encroached on that side. There was a Mesa's barbecue and now they're on 29th Street. And I believe he left for the same reason, that he didn't have enough parking. So he needed to move his business and he left and he ended up selling to Mr. Largo, which back then I was new to the neighborhood. I was there before him, but it was just a chain link thing. And I said, well, it's on the, on the commercial property. I could deal with that. There's 3 houses before they get to mine. And he promised me that he would keep everything clean and picked up. And it's been a year. And let me state that in a year, he knows how unhappy. He sees me pick up garbage all the time. He's never changed his garbage cans. If he was going to try to coexist with me, last year when I told him how much the garbage bothered me, he would have gotten the commercial grade garbage cans. He would have put up the sign saying, please don't park in front of the residential properties, and educate the people that are coming to your business and put up a sign that tells them, please, in order to coexist with these people, please do not drop your garbage off at their homes, because they do it to all of us. And some of them will grab to-go food and go eat in the alley, and then the alley is littered with all the food. I'd like to state that There's not an emergency in my area that we're all starving because there's no place to go. In my neighborhood, there's a McDonald's right there, the farm store is right there, China Cafe, El Indio, Epicentro. You could go to Marin, you could go to Molinas. There's so many places that you could go eat. There's not, oh my God, we're starving. There's a necessity for this business to be here. I want Mr. Largo to be successful. I want him to be able to grow his business, but not on 43rd Street. Keep what you have where you have it. And if you really want to expand and do this architectural gem, do it at the racetrack now. They're going to open up. There's going to be so much opportunity there. His dream is my nightmare. You know what my dream is? For them to put up another residential home there. Just like Vivian Casal said. She says there is a shortage, a housing shortage in Hialeah. How did this man demolish that house first before even asking? I would like to see another house go up there. If Mr. Largo decides to stay and coexist with us, I'd like him to do that with his existing business. I do not want to see an expansion, and neither do any of the people that I have on that list. And like I said, I could get more. The other thing is, you know, he talks about this drive-through. What happens when the drive-through gets full and there's other people that want to get in? It's going to be backed up both ways, east and west, waiting to get in. It's not like going to be a continuous thing. And we're a very unique corner. We already had an existing food chain, which is McDonald's, which is 24 hours. We always have people here. Anna will attest to the fact that she can't sleep at nights because even with the wall and the thing that they're saying that it stops noise, it doesn't. Her windows rattle and she has a hard time sleeping. And Dagoberto and his wife, with the pressure cleaning that they do and the pot cleanings that they do at their existing business, because they took down their masonry wall. And when they told them no last year, I asked about that and they never built it up again. So we've been a whole year with that kind of noise. So I don't think the solution is to allow them to encroach in the neighborhood because it's not going to make it better. He's not doing us any favor. It's going to make it worse for us, the neighbors. You know, when I moved into that house, you know, my backyard, I have my little wind chimes. I like to go out and lay on my chase. It's my sanctuary after I work. Think about after a hard day's work where you want to go and you want to rest and you want to take it easy. You don't want to hear all that noise. And oh yeah, the drive-through, they'll be coming in and out. If you live there, anyone's welcome to stay at my house. So they could hear the trucks coming down the property. There's still some racing going on. And it's just constant, the noise. I really believe that they shouldn't let two food chains be on opposite sides of the street from each other in a street like 43rd Street. Maybe if it was on a main avenue or a main street, but you're dooming the neighborhood if you decide to go through with this. I had people, if you look at the signatures, that sign almost at Palm Avenue. And they like to use 43rd Street, which my mother was the one that petitioned for that light because my son was a baby and I couldn't cross East 4th Avenue. So she petitioned for that sign for it to be safe for us to cross. Now, a lot of people, especially I have a lot of friends that have 18-year-old kids that are starting to drive. Go down 43rd Street, so you have the light, so you have your turn signal. Think about your children. My son's going to start driving too. But when you get there, because there's so many people, it's what we call a tapón. So now we're going to have a tapón right there, and nobody follows the rules of McDonald's too. So is McDonald's going to get a police? They cross over the yellow lines and they go right into La Fruteria, because I've complained to many people and about this business, a fruteria, and they've told me, oh, I know what you're talking about. My kids like the McDonald's. The McDonald's brings a lot of people. It's world renowned. So they go, well, since they go there, we want some Cuban food and that's the closest place. So he does well being next to the McDonald's. He profits from that because they bring in a lot of people. But a lot of time they'll literally stop and people on East 4th Avenue cannot turn, and people that are trying to leave 43rd Street can't leave. Some people have waited 2 lights to get out. So again, it's not doing us a favor, even if you made it big, even all those trucks that I'm talking about, the landscapers, City of Hialeah trucks, or the people Progressive that pick up garbage, they do the same thing. They park, they go eat, and they come back. Are all those trucks going to park in there? And then where are the cars going to park? How is the driveway going to move? I know this because I live there. I've lived there so long, and I just don't see that working. Again, I wish Mr. Largo a lot of success. I think it's great that he's ambitious, but with his ambition, he's trying to buy the neighborhood. He bought the house across the street. He just demolished that without asking anybody. He's trying to take over everything, and it's affecting the people closest. So I beg of you, please to consider the neighbors. And lastly, what I was going to say about Anna, that she cited the R1 property. We suspect that he still has things going on. There's a big, strong smell of grease. The houses closest mentioned it. They mentioned the rats and the roaches. And we've put in a call to code enforcement, and I got a response today, and they're going to check up on that for us. We have pictures showing what we saw too. At this point, I feel like I've talked enough, and I'd like to give the floor to Anna to share, because she has a lot that she deals with. I don't know if anybody wants to ask me any questions.
I have a question for you. I don't want to prohibit anybody from doing their business or not, and I want you to live your life happily and to be able to enjoy your home. But wouldn't you think that maybe by allowing the parking lot, wouldn't it alleviate some of the situation that's going on?
No, because as I told you, the McDonald's, that's an existing one that has a wall, you hear all the noise. He's trying to convince me that we're not going to hear noise. He's trying to convince me that it gets better. When you live there and you see the types of vehicles that go through our neighborhood, that's not going to suffice. All that's going to do is you're telling, hey, let's go over there because there's 27 more parking spaces, 27 more cars driving down 43rd Street on, that's the street light we have to go out. So for us to get out of there, this one guy said, oh, really? He was one of the fast ones. He signed my petition so fast. He goes, I come down the street, I turn on 2nd Avenue, and then I go down 42nd Street because I know I'm going to get stuck on 43rd. Are we going to have police on 4th Avenue making sure that nobody's, the police at the McDonald's, that nobody's crossing there? We're going to have police everywhere. There's so many things that you have to write on your list to make this, feasible. I asked him about the signs. I asked him about the garbage cans. If he wanted to coexist, why has he not done that for a year? And in the process, if he's wanting to look like he's not storing things in the back, why did he put these big hedges up where you can't see into the property anymore?
One thing, I know you have spoke to the gentleman for many times or whatever, but now when things are in writing, it's a different story. Remember this, if you have something that's gonna jeopardize your pocket, you're gonna make sure those things will not happen. And I'm not saying in your side or his side, I'm neutral. And what I'm saying is, by having something in writing, like different things that we ask, having either a security to manage the parking, things like that, because the business will be there. But if they can work around the business by enforcing these rules and regulation, it's going to hit his pocket, and he's going to want to work and make the best out of it for his business and for the neighbors. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, he's not gonna
just
go
think
anywhere.
about it. He's not going to go anywhere.
It's not going to go anywhere.
So the only thing that I can think of is by putting in writing everything that you have talked for a year that had gone nowhere. If I give you this in writing right now, you have a contract. When you live in an association and you don't clean your tiles, you got about $200, $250. They charge you right away. And it keeps going up.
We
So
have,
this is a thing that can go on in writing for him to keep the neighborhood and to keep you guys happy. And at the same time, you guys will benefit for not having, because you're not going to sell your house and go somewhere else. you're in a nice position. And if you can work together and have all these rules on writing,
Add those conditions.
I think will be the only way that things can get a lot better.
Iglesias,
Yes, sir.
excuse me. So far, we're compiling a list of conditions that we need, that we will impose.
And I would like to see that
Okay.
happen.
There's a list of conditions that we would impose.
Who's gonna police that? The neighborhood?
No.
No, because what happens is if you start seeing things, you have to report it. It's like all 43rd Street does is call and complain about the race. We're the ones that have to police it for you all to come. Imagine having to be the homeowner. I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight because I care about my home. I don't want to keep having to do this. It's a burden to live with this. You're telling me all these. I'm not happy about the expansion.
Ma'am,
I know he doesn't want to go anyplace else, but let me tell you something. Everybody got denied. McDonald's got denied. Mesa's got denied. The medical building on 42nd, they got denied. Why is this guy different? Why are we going to allow him when we told everybody else no? What makes him so special? When we're telling you, we've tried to get along with him, and she even has a police report on something that happened with her. I don't want to get into anything ugly, but it's been ugly. I was nervous to come here. My stomach is a wreck. I don't want to live like this. I want peace and tranquility, and so do my neighbors. And
Okay.
your ideas sound great, but when you're the person living in that neighborhood, it's not great. Trust me, it's not great.
Oh, no, we, believe me, we know how you feel. I personally, like I said it before, and I will say it again, I frequent that street many, many times. And when I said that I know the house that is parked in front, I know it's your house.
Yeah.
It's your mom's house, actually, okay?
Yeah.
I know it, and I know that it's blocking your driveway, I know it. I drive down that street because the traffic on 41st Street is ridiculous. So I take down 43rd to get down to Palm, okay,
Yes. So if you do that, how many more people do that?
there you go, see? So I
So
know what
there's
you're
no
saying.
way. It's just like, I just feel like, he doesn't want to go anywhere. Maybe he might. Why won't he want to go to the racetrack?
Well, listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you and divert you from that.
Yeah.
We cannot,
Uh-huh.
nor you, nor I, nor board cannot tell him. to go.
No, then I'm telling him,
that is-
stay there, but don't expand. Just.
He
with the
has
rules
as
we're
much
giving
right.
now, show me, give me a year that you've had the garbage can, that you've had the signs. Prove to me that nobody's done this before you say, okay, let's see if this works. I don't want to be an experiment. My husband will be retiring maybe in 10 years. Let's give it a year or two and see if he could really comply. Let's see what code enforcement finds out before we just go ahead and give him the green light.
Well, ma'am,
Just to-
I'll tell you, I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Diego.
go ahead.
If you got all these things in writing, I can almost, when you got things, like I said, when you got things in writing, it's not like it went away. You have to comply because you got no other choices. You're gonna have code enforcement on top of you. You're gonna have everything going your way. So,
But why don't we give it a year with the property he has now and put him to the test?
there's
That-
nothing you can do about that, ma'am.
He's
When
had a
you
year
are
already.
a property owner.
But in the year, he hasn't complied with.
Well,
what he
he's
has.
had a year. If you remember, we had a meeting last year about the same thing. It was a split decision. Remember, we had to have a couple of votes.
Yeah,
Okay,
I remember.
okay. We ended up approving the parking lot. Okay. It went to the council.
And
They
we won
denied it.
6-1.
They
Yeah,
denied it. Okay.
And they were
some-
very upset. They had actually said that they wanted to create a new rule that you could not demolish a house in the city of Hialeah without giving the reason why, how you were going to use it, because they wanted the houses to stay.
It was
They didn't
also
want the
said,
commercial properties to take over the
it was
residential.
also said at that meeting, in which I may get kicked into you know what, okay, for repeating this, but it was said on the record by 2 council people. And affirmed by a third one that, and I was told earlier tonight that it's wrong. It's not a fact, but I have always been under the impression that fronting Fourth Avenue, commercial is fine. Okay, not 43rd Street. However, when McDonald's came in, they lobbied and they asked for, and they did their thing, and they purchased that house to the west of them, because McDonald's has 2 lots. Okay, and they were given approval to encroach onto the first lot west of 43rd, which then Mesa took advantage of that. Okay, but to the best of my understanding, based on the council comments, council people, 3 of them, 2 commented and a third agreed with it. There was to be a moratorium. And I've been told that I'm wrong, but
In what year this happened?
when McDonald's got their approval to utilize the first lot
Well,
onto 43rd.
This was more than 20 years ago, and the council changes
Well,
every certain year,
Well,
so.
still, my understanding, okay, was and still is, and until I'm proven wrong with facts, okay, I'm still of that opinion.
Well, let me tell you, everyone has the freedom to and the right to apply for whatever they need.
Absolutely.
They can come for a land use amendment, they can demolish the house, that is the freedom that you have, it's your property, so.
I understand,
Let
Deborah.
me know if I'm wrong, but everyone has, sometimes I receive applications for things that are ridiculous. I know that we approve, but I also will be approved, but I always have to tell everyone, you have the right to make the application and to apply for whatever you think.
And the gentleman has the right.
Exactly.
He has the right to apply. He has the right to have purchased the lot. Okay, it is his lot now. He has the right to apply for improving the lot. Okay. He also has the right to not turn it into a parking lot and return it back to a single family home or a duplex. But that's not for you to say, not for me to say. What I want to finish saying is that I am under the impression that because of McDonald's situation, that they were granted the first lot facing 43rd Street in their favor. Mesa's was also granted the first lot facing 43rd Street in their favor. Okay, the first lot, but that would have been the boundary line, the moratorium, nothing further west of the first lot.
Well, you have the Sedanos and you have the auto parts that encroach further west,
But they're not on 43rd Street.
but they are on East Fourth Avenue.
And 41st, yeah.
But they're not on 43rd Street. I understand that the Sedanos, understand that in the corner where you have the bicycle shop, the locksmith, which is also in the same parking lot as the Sedanos, I understand that. But what I want to say is, and until I am given a directive, a clear directive, proof, okay, otherwise, my thoughts are that there's a moratorium on the first lot on 43rd Street.
Can you explain moratorium
You
to
cannot say
me?
that because
I don't
there is
understand.
no moratorium.
Okay,
When there is a moratorium, the moratorium is posted, the people need to be noticed, and there is no such moratorium. There is no moratorium that lasts more than 20 years. I have been 20 years and I never heard of that moratorium. So
well,
if it's something that you heard in a council meeting, doesn't mean that is a fact, that it's a.
well,
moratorium.
there's
There's no moratorium. Is there a moratorium?
None that I'm aware of. as I
okay.
sit here
So
today.
like I said, unless I am proven otherwise, that is the information that I have that was given to me, that I heard. And it's on the record. It's on,
Well, it's not on the code, so it can be a
What I-
hearsay, but it's not in the code. It's
What I
not-
will say is that Ms. Sorch is the planning director.
Mhm.
She is the expert that would know whether or not there is a moratorium. So I would direct this board to take Ms. Storch's word.
no, absolutely. Like I said, that is my understanding. Still, it has nothing to do with the fact that the man has a right to own that lot, which he does. He also has a right to develop the lot as he is trying to into either what the application is about or, a residential property, whatever. That is strictly up to him. If we proceed with the application as a parking lot, it's up to the board. So, thank you. I believe your mom wants to,
Let me just,
name and address, please.
it's okay, like this, whatever. My name Maria Mejides, 625 West 60th Street, Hialeah.
Okay.
For the I came to Hialeah from Cuba in 1960, and I have stayed here for 63 years. I like Hialeah. I like it very much. My children were born here, and they were raised here, and they still live in Hialeah. And my grandchildren, they were born here, raised here, and they still live in Hialeah. So I like Hialeah. Okay, that's my point.
Okay.
I'm just so disappointed, and I am so brokenhearted to see what is happening to Hialeah all over the place. First, I have to say a couple of things that I have to say. In Cuba, I was an architect. This rendering, this plat, is not the true version over there. There are things that have been changed or modified, let's say, whatever. So you need, I wish that Santurio had said, he's an architect and he's my friend and we studied together, So actually, another architect that can, we don't have to go that far. We don't have to go that far. What we have to go is to see that this looks very nice and very pretty, but it's not 100% true. Also, one thing that is killing me is Anna.
Anna is killing you?
No, it's killing me what happened to her.
Oh, okay.
Killing me what happened to her. Excuse me, I'm very old and I get very
just, you don't want to say that she's killing you in front of a police officer.
What happened to her? And,
Go ahead.
Let me, allow me.
It's
No, it's not late.
It's late.
It's
Everybody
a
wants to go.
it's a Hialeah police report. Somebody that thinks that he can talk to people and tell them, I'm gonna give un piñazo, una galleta, lo que sea. No, that doesn't happen in Hialeah. And she has the police report that one of those people told her that. Are we allowing that in Hialeah?
Okay.
Did that happen in La Habana, in Cuba?
We're drifting away from the.
No, okay.
We're drifting away from the application.
What I'm saying is that the people that we're dealing with, they promised to do something last year. It's been a year, they haven't done it. You think that if they're gonna do 27 parking spaces, the way that this rendering is, like my daughter said, immediately you're gonna have a line. Because they're gonna place the order and then wait for the order. And this is such a small entrance and exit. So actually, that looks very nice, but it's really not true. Not true. And I don't want to get too emotional. I want Anna to say
Yeah.
what she had to say.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna sit down. I appreciated you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
giving
ma'am.
me the opportunity to have an opinion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here comes a killer.
And there's really not much more that I can say, except thank you for listening to us as homeowners. And
Okay, just for the record, I know you identify yourself again.
Yes.
But please,
yes, Anna Gill, 341 East 43rd Street.
thank you.
And Terry had mentioned that we've owned the home for 46 years. I really haven't been there that long. I came back this year. My mother passed away and she was sick for almost, well over 20 years. And in those 20 years, she suffered a lot of emotional issues because of the noise coming from the business. I didn't initially vote on the business, but I know Terry was very excited about it. She voted for it, and she then regretted that decision because we have seen the neighborhood deteriorate. And so regardless of what we do to try to keep it clean, we always find, the very next day, we find trash, beer bottles, everything. It's just one of the things that we have to deal with. And I know you're all tired and you want to go home. And this particular case, I think, deserves a little bit more of attention because there's so many people that are affected by it. And then just to throw out a few facts to you, the attorney mentioned that the architecture of the place would self-contain any of the issues that there have been in the past. Well, I wasn't here last year, but Terry and I shared a lot of those concerns. And I can tell you that the architecture will not help or self-contain the problems and issues that we're having today, because those issues and problems are the traffic. We can't help the traffic. And there's going to be traffic anyway, and we can't help that because our city has grown, right? There's a need for more housing, and there's a need for more housing, and there's a need for more apartments, more housing, basically. But also there's a need for more, and that's a totally separate issue, for more traffic ingenuity. And so I just want to close it because I know you're all tired, and we're the last ones on the list. But the trailers, someone mentioned earlier, how do we know? I mean, not knowing is an issue, right? Well, I can tell you that living there, that particular trailer on that particular day when Terry took the picture, the guy just parks it, gets off, eats, throws the garbage on the floor, and then leaves. And so I've watched it. Some of them get off and relieve themselves right there. And then leave us with that issue. So in short, it's not a pretty picture for us. We've been dealing with it for 15 years, the McDonald's before that. And for me, the two main concerns that have affected me and that I see us continue to face is, number one, the taxes. What is the new parking area going to cost us as residences, as homeowners? What is that going to do to us in the long and short, and our insurance? Because let's face it, more commercial goes up, our taxes go up, our insurance also goes up. So that's number one. And then the last thing that I'll address is the alleyway. The alleyway has been shut, has been closed off by cinder blocks, and then a gate to the parking lot at McDonald's. The water department cannot get in to read my meter. So what he does is he averages my bill. The bills have been ridiculous. And so for me, that's a problem. It affects my pocket.
Yeah, but that won't, that's McDonald's.
Oh, no, that's, sir, because he has closed off the alleyway with a bunch of containers and restaurant.
Okay, you're talking about the house directly west of McDonald's that also belongs to him.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I thought you were talking about that the McDonald's closed the alleyway. Okay,
no,
okay.
no.
I see.
Oh, I don't know if McDonald's did or he did, but it's been closed off with cinder blocks.
Right.
And then there's all of the restaurant equipment that's there that blocks off the entrance to the water department to be able to get in to read the meter. So if we're not home, he can't read the meter. And then what they do is they either send you a late bill and tack on fees, or they average the water bill, which I don't agree with. But to answer your concern, because you did bring it up, was the fact that one was the trailer thing, and then the other thing was the hours of operation, right? Yes, the place closes at 9 p.m., but the noise doesn't stop. There is pressure cleaning, there is the pot cleaning, there's the containers that are being filled all night long. So the business is closed at 9 for the public, but for them, they keep working. Right. And so I like the fact that a parking lot would help, and this looks very nice, but it's not going to help the traffic. The traffic is going to increase because it's giving more, it would profit the city, it would profit. I mean, there's more revenue for the city, there's more revenue, there definitely will be more business for him. But for us, the homeowners, we see no end to the problem. And so thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, traffic, there's very little that anyone can do about the traffic, because let's face it, the city is growing, as you said. We have all the transplants coming down, you know what the transplants are, right? All the New Yorkers and all the New Jerseyans and
the snowbirds.
Well, okay, politically correct. The snowbirds coming down that transplant themselves down. Plus, we have a lot of influx of other residents moving to Florida, particularly South Florida. So yes.
Well, that's something that we can help.
Traffic will, not only is it bad, it will continue to get worse.
Right. And that's something
I
we
hate to
can't.
give you bad news. but
Yeah,
it
that's
affects all of
something
us.
that we can't help. However, the two things, the area of concern is the tractor trailers coming in. I mean, the garbage truck comes in at like 3 a.m. and I hear that. And then the drag racing. So
You mean drag racing in the
kids.
property or?
It's up and down the street.
just up and down the street.
Well,
So,
that happens right now. That's happening everywhere.
yeah, well,
And it's
Again, see, not to deflate your balloon, but
there's no balloon, there's just concern.
No, but those are things that none of us here have control of.
Right.
And those issues you're bringing up don't really apply to this particular application. So duly noted, though.
Yes.
Duly noted. but they don't. Okay.
Okay, so basically what we really wanted to do was address the fact that we feel that the parking area is not really going to improve our living conditions, and it's not going to self-contain all of the safety issues that we have at hand. I know that the application doesn't include safety, and it doesn't include traffic. It doesn't include quality of life for any of us. His application is his application, but as neighbors and homeowners.
It is a concern.
And,
It is a
and
concern.
taxpayers.
And I personally have brought forth that concern
Yeah.
more than once. In fact, I keep repeating myself.
Mhm.
Okay, so I am very concerned about safety, the comfort, the impact of you all out there.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Just for the record, Mr. Attorney and City Planner, for the record, there is no moratorium.
No moratorium.
43rd Street is basically open.
There's no moratorium.
Okay,
There's no moratorium on any street or avenue or anything. in
Deborah,
the city. Yes.
I can admit when I'm wrong. Okay, I was given erroneous information and I took it and I went with it. For that, I do apologize.
To answer your question, as I sit here today, I know of no moratorium.
Okay, so that is the way it is. Okay, but that was the information that came across to me and I repeated it, but it was also on the record from a previous council meeting. So possibly last year when we had this particular item come up. So for that, I do apologize if I led anyone wrong. The understanding is that 43rd Street, just like 4th Avenue, is basically up for grabs. If it fits the plan, it gets recommended, correct?
Well, it's
Well,
not,
it-
it's not that simple.
Well,
It's not
if-
simple. If it was so simple, we will have a machine with an artificial.
No. That's
intelligence
not what I mean.
prepare-
That's not what I mean. What I mean is the information that I was given was cut and dry, that first lot was the moratorium, the second lot couldn't take it. Couldn't be. That was wrong information that was given to me.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
In 20 years, I never.
Okay, that's.
Again, as I sit here today, I
No,
don't
that's-
know of a moratorium.
I'm big enough to accept and understand when I'm wrong. And like I said, I do offer my apologies to anyone that might have been affected by my comment. So I do stand corrected for the record. We have one more. And I know that you're patiently waiting, Mr. Attorney, you're patiently waiting, but we have a process. One more and then I'll give you the floor. Thank you, sir. Name and address.
David Perez, 322 East 43rd Street. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'm a 43-year resident of Hialeah, 22 years at that address, 322 East 43rd Street. And I stand here against the zoning change. We've heard discussion about McDonald's. We've talked about Mesas. But there is also one more, listening to the discussion that's taken place. There's the bank also on East 4th and 44th.
Across the street.
They also have their parking lot directly to the south facing East 4th as well. Just to put that into perspective also. There's another business directly across the street from McDonald's, the bank, I think it's what is it? Regions Bank. They also have parking that faces East 4th directly to the south of 44th and East 4th. So just to bring that into perspective again. You're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. The applicant does have a right to run his business. Absolutely, he does, but he's got to do it within the current code. Yes, he can apply for a variance or a code amendment, absolutely, but that's got to be balanced with the quality of life for the 80+ residents that signed. Unfortunately, we couldn't have a lot of those residents here because they're elderly. As my wife said earlier, the people directly next door to this property, they're 90 and 80 years old with a child that has development issues. The person across the street next to Anna also can't make it here tonight. But there's people who are very much interested in what happens in this neighborhood. We talked about the speeding, the delivery trucks, and the trash. And I encourage the other board members to also take a field trip to East 43rd, just as the chairman said. You have to see what happens with your own eyes. And yes, we can call the police officers every day, and we can call or code enforcement, but that's every single day. And you all want to make proposals to him, and I'm sure the attorney is going to come back up here and say, oh, yes, we agree to everything that you all propose. But what happens? This code enforcement board cannot put penalties on him. You all are not going to send people out there. It becomes upon us. And then what? Are you going to take the zoning back at that point if he doesn't comply? Because then the cat's out of the bag. And who's left with the problem? We are. We have to deal with this. I have to deal with this for another 22 years living at this address. You all will come and go, and it'll be another code or another planning and zoning board, but the issue will still persist. Trust me, he's going to come up here and he's going to say, yes, we agree to having a security guard. We agree to putting signs up. We agree to having trash cans and all that. And then what? And then what happens? The greatest indicator of future behavior is past history. Let me say that again. The greatest indicator of future behavior is past history. He's had a year. Proposals were asked of him when he came before the zoning board and before the council. It's been a year. Yes, he can come back. But again, the greatest indicator of future behavior is your past history. Let me also say the attorney said, or the representative for the applicant was up here and he said, you know, he's here to speak about the detail and the truth of this application. That representative wasn't here last year. He doesn't have all the information, nor has he been part of this neighborhood for 22 years like we have. Again, I was here when it was Mesas. I didn't see what was before, but the problem wasn't as bad as Mesas.
Dairy Queen.
It was the Dairy Queen. I wasn't there for a Dairy Queen. That was a little bit before my time, but
Like I said, I know the area.
we can't speak as to why Mesa's left, but they did. They found a bigger space, better parking, whatever it is. That's hearsay. But don't put this upon us. I'm here to deny and ask you to deny the zoning change. And again, it's a quality of life, not only for us that are here, but the 80+ residents who have signed this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that will close the, is there anyone in the electronic audience that might have a word or two to say? No? Closes the part of the public hearing. I will ask the attorney to come back and just do a follow-up.
Well, I would never presuppose that I would put words in my colleagues' mouths. My representations to you, my advocacy on behalf of Mr. Largo, you can take to the bank. You can also believe in the architectural drawings that
Which
have
bank?
been.
SVC? SVB?
Excuse me?
Which bank? SVB? I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
right.
sorry. I
That's
just,
right.
you open yourself up for it.
That's right. That's right.
I'm
Listen,
sorry.
I too saw the Three Amigos.
I'm
so, yeah.
Go ahead.
The point is that when I stand before you, I mean, I have a code that I need to abide by as well, and that is to be candid and truthful, forthright, and provide you with the best that we can in terms of information so that you can make an informed decision. What we saw tonight was a collaborative effort, and I've listened to you, and I've heard your concerns. And I understand there's a lot of bad blood, but we've got to put the bad blood aside. And whether or not we're actually able to do so, we're not going to decide that tonight, but I can assure you that every effort will be made in order for us to coexist. Whether we're successful or not remains to be seen, but the effort will be made and you can take that to the bank. So I stand here on behalf of Mr. Largo and his family and his business and his vision for this particular property, the parent tract of this property. And I view what we've done tonight in the many hours that we've spent together as kind of a work in progress, because it didn't all come from me. It didn't come from my colleagues here who have their own opinions, and we respect those opinions. But the reality is it came from a collaboration of all of us getting together. To your point, are there details from an operational perspective that we can look at that might enhance what you're proposing by way of a solution to all of these impacts on your neighborhood? And the answer to that is yes. There was another suggestion here. What about the garbage cans? What about other aspects or characteristics of this property that we can look to and improve upon for the benefit of the neighbors in order to alleviate, perhaps even eliminate, the type of adverse impacts that they're experiencing or feeling that they're experiencing themselves? To Ms. Storch, who is running a list, and the chairperson has done the same. He's running a list as well. We have at least a start to refining the application and perhaps identifying certain conditions that can be put into place so that we can have a viable plan and move forward with it. And hopefully by moving forward with a successful plan, one that you feel comfortable with, one that I can't say that you'll ever be comfortable with, whatever plan or whatever conditions are ultimately agreed to or imposed, but I can tell you that there will be an earnest effort to try to come up with a solution to what appears to be an insurmountable problem. I will never accept that. But a difficulty, a difference of opinion, a history, and I do disagree with my colleague here, history is not the lens in which we predict the future. You do it on the basis of what people are representing to you and what they're willing to undertake and sacrifice to make happen. And if that doesn't happen, shame on the applicant. I'm with you on that. So with that being said, and not to force you into making a decision or otherwise moving one way or another. I know you all meet, what, weekly?
Bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly. I would suggest that we address the listing that Ms. Storch has been compiling. We listen and review the record as we know it, both retrospectively and prospectively going forward. What can we do to do the best that we can, not only for Mr. Largo and his business and the neighborhood and these good people? Let's see what we can do to come up with a solution that works for everybody, as opposed to just cut and dry. Yes, it works. No, it doesn't. I think that's the effort that we're committed to proceed along. And I would offer that to the neighbors as well, to please consider that overture of good faith as a means for us to get off square one. There doesn't need to be any bad blood. There doesn't need to be police reports. There doesn't need to be harassment or rudeness in dealing with one another. When I mentioned the term coexistence, I meant it. Whenever you have a city like Hialeah or Coral Gables or Miami, you're always going to run into the rub of development, progress, history, families, neighborhoods, and the like. But you good people face that challenge every single meeting where you have to strike that balance and you have to find solutions. So thank you very much for the suggestions that you've offered. I've already spoken to Mr. Largo about those. I'm going to need to speak with him in greater detail because my Spanish really is not that good. But I have somebody to work along with me in making sure that he fully understands the commitment. Number one, he's already made by making an application and the representations we've made to you this evening, but also the potential, and I should say, the probable conditions that he will need to entertain from an operational perspective in order to implement those and to be bound by those. So with that, I can't thank you enough for the hard work that you've all put forth this evening.
Thank you. Go ahead.
To the chair. So are you suggesting to table this issue until you can maybe have a sit down with the residents and maybe come to some mutual agreement that would help you?
If the residents
Because
would
if that would be the case, I am so up for that. And I think that that would show that Mr. Largo actually has the intent to really want to show that he's going to be different than he was in the previous year. Even if it's to table it for 1 month or so, or to the next meeting,
To the
if you're
next
willing to
meeting,
do something like that and you guys meet with Mr. Largo personally without there being, you know, arguments or anything, actually come to some agreement so everybody could meet somewhere and that'd be great, I think.
I think there needs to be a conversation. And
Definitely.
when cooler heads prevail. And, you know, I would ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as they say, you know, let's put the past behind us. Let's just start looking forward. We all need to have a vision moving forward. If we can come up with a solution together, great. If we can't, then we have a deliberative body here
Would,
that will have to make that decision one way or another.
would
So,
you
yes,
guys
sir.
be open to a sit down with Mr. Largo? He would be the mediator. He'd be there and.
I am happy to participate in that process. But that's okay.
I also want to say I have the search reading March 21st. And I'm going to be out for a while.
Would you please, so we can hear it?
How about if we do this? Why don't we table it for right now? I'm going to represent to you that I'm going to reach out to Ms. Storch and her staff and get a copy of the list that's been started. We'll begin to refine that. We can always correspond with the neighbors. We can always correspond with staff here at the city as well. And to the extent that the city can serve as an intermediary as we go through that process, it happens anyways, just by nature. In this process itself, staff is always getting both sides of the story and then reporting to you in order for you to consider it. So with that being said, rather than rushing to judgment tonight, I think we've got a basis to at least begin to look at solutions. And hopefully you can do that on an expedited basis. And with that, I would respectfully request that you grant a request for a brief tabling in this motion so that we can entertain further conditions and other viable solutions to a development that may
So now
enhance the
you
neighborhood.
go back and you go over some of the stuff that was on over here tonight, some of the details, all the details, whatever. Steve,
Let me ask you something. There's another issue that I want to tell the neighbors and see if they agree. The maximum height that is allowed for a concrete wall in a residential neighborhood is 6 feet. Would it be better for you? Do you think it will be better if that is raised and it's an 8-foot concrete wall instead of 6 feet? Because if it's like that, I have to advertise it as a variance, and that's why we'll have to table this item until.
That's one thing that you could add, but that's just one thing.
would you please speak into the microphone? I'm sorry.
But, well, you see, what they're suggesting is to table it, and the other things that you would want to add, you could speak to the attorney and Mr. Largo, and you could come to an agreement that it's going to work out for everybody. I think it would be best to table this for you, for Mr. Largo, and I appreciate the attorney to bringing up the suggestion, and I think it would be best for everybody involved to come to some agreement. In Miss Anna also, it could help everybody. Maybe you could open up the other house and see what's going on there too. So you're aware of it, because maybe you weren't aware of the other house too. So everything is out in the open. I would like to motion to table this
Before
situation,
before we get a second, if we do get a second, I mean, it's noted. I would like for you to make sure that the list that you have compiled of conditions, the attorney and the owner, and the app and the neighbors are up to speed with it.
Yeah, I would like to read it into the record.
Yes,
so we
please
all
do.
know what-
Please do.
So the conditions.
These are some
will-
suggested
Yeah.
suggested conditions, doesn't mean that this is what's going to happen.
Okay.
Suggested, up for grabs, in other words. Okay.
So the signs on East 43rd Street to prevent commercial vehicles to enter into the neighborhood. Delivers on the parking lot fronting East 4th Avenue at off-peak hours. Traffic control personnel. Cover customer waste containers. No vendors selling fruits out of boxes, carts, etc. Closed parking lot at night. Limit hours of operation, including cleaning after business hours. Hours for trash pickup. 8 feet serious wall. With heavy and compact landscaping on the 4 feet landscape area adjacent to that wall. Those are the things that I have noted that can mitigate that.
Can I bring something up to
Yes.
help out for the neighborhood? Make sure the owner will keep somebody always looking around for people that are inconsiderate and they throw garbage like on the floor. How about with somebody patrolling the area, you know? Like they do in Palm Springs, they have a golf cart with I mean, you don't need a golf cart here,
Like
but they have a little trash can.
Security that will take care of the surveillance.
And that
of
way
the
for
site
his
and the
business,
traffic.
it'll be good because the business will be
a
clean,
custodian,
and the
Mr.
area
Yeah,
will
yeah.
be clean, and the
Custodian,
store
yeah.
will be clean, and you don't have that trash that you said people throw away on the floor and all that. And you're always gonna have something clean there. I mean, that's something a little bit more.
So those conditions that were possible conditions that were read into the record. Will be, remember, there's a motion on the floor. Hasn't been seconded yet. I paused it. But these conditions that have been brought forward are possible conditions that. Let me just say, the two of you, okay? The attorney, applicant, and the neighbors can get together and hash out, see if you're good with it. If you happen to come up with no, I don't want this, but I want this, how about if we change this, you know, please work it out. And then obviously staff would have to be involved with your decision. And then.
And if you do surgery or anything, you do Zoom. You can always do Zoom with the attorney.
How to do that, but I-
Oh, it's not that hard.
So we are tabling until what date? We have to.
Well,
to
we
make
have a
date.
motion. We have
Okay,
a-
okay.
Okay, yeah, that is,
We should probably motion to table to a date certain.
right, that was gonna say, because it's table to, what will be a good date for?
I think given your impending surgery, 30 days. Give us an opportunity to work this out.
So we have the next meeting is on April 29, and then we have a meeting on April 12. April 12, yeah, March 29, April 12, and April 26.
April 12th would be my preference.
April 12 is okay for you?
30 days. This month.
April. This will give us more time if we have to we will have to re-advertise and.
Can we all
Have our first agreement.
gather around the microphone so that we can capture your, okay.
Anything else I want to say, I save it for next time. Because in the plan here, the thing that, you know, they looked at drive through here, but this is right off East Fourth Avenue. So this is where people are crossing the yellow line. So is the street department going to put the poles so the people that McDonald's come out and can't?
Okay,
cross over?
that's
This
something,
Is very bad.
okay, that's
This-
something,
this
listen,
at that point and
Hello?
at that point.
that's something that we need to bring
Work
up,
out with them.
right, that,
So if I might, I think we have our first agreement. April 26th will be fine. All right.
okay, April 26th. Okay, we have a motion to table. We have a motion to table to April 26th.
Second that.
We have a second,
A motion, Mr. Ulloa, second, Mr. Gamon, Mr. Di Perez,
yes.
Mr. Iglesias,
Yes,
Mr. Gamon,
Yes.
Ms. Enriquez,
Yes.
Mr. Ulloa,
Yes.
Mr. Casanova.
Yes.
Item has been tabled until April 26th.
I thank you for your professionalism. I thank you all for attending, for your professionalism. I do apologize for my erroneous information that I had. Okay, I've been corrected, okay? But I do appreciate the inconvenience that you're going through. Please try and work it out with Counselor here. And let's make sure that staff is involved in these meetings. We still have more. We still have a couple more items. So, please, let's work it out. Okay, okay, it's done, right? This item is done?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you
Okay,
as well.
thank you. Good night. Okay, we do have two more items. We do? This is yours?
No, the old
Okay.
business and the new business.
Well, it's two items.
Okay.
Okay.
You ready? Okay, item number
No.
16, old business. No old business.
No business.
Item number 17, new business.
New
The-
business?
Good evening,
Can we
go
go
to
home?
eat and to sleep.
Can we go home?
Yeah.
Okay, no new business, no old business. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, meeting's adjourned.
Good night.